네. 자, 이엠파이어와 SK텔레콤의 대결입니다.
페이커가 이제 스킬 썼거든요. 자, 위에 있는
야!
이거 역습 제대로 당했어. 여기서 킬러 복구를 해버립니다.
네.
자, 리달리 저마룰루예요. 저마룰루. 죽었어요 이거.
자, 그러니까 이제 울프가 한번. 이렇게 깔고. 깔고.
네. 이전이라
만들어 놓습니다. 키를 툭.
오, 슛.
네, 여기 있어요.
갑자기.
자, 저만 걸어놓고.
파이팅 저마.
네. 네.
멈추고.
네. 자, 솔.
울프. 그리고
자, 위쪽에
해서
뜨면 간방. 또 키포. 메이크 빼고 나갑니다. 메이크 나가요. 키포에게 움직을.
어투크.
또 맞춰야지.
많이 맞지. 그러니까 이거를 만나봐서라고 좀.
네. 그렇죠. 울프까지.
키포가 학살 중이에요. 아무도 안 맞았어요. 울프 전면 빠지고.
네. 뒤로 올라갑니다. 울프. 네, 그렇지. 킬. 이겁니다. 버스트. 블레이크. 방금 팀어세요.
자, 그리고 블랭크 죽었어요 또. 여기서
이거 추격이. 그렇지. 자, 셀피를 해가면서. 잘 피하네. 시간만 유저리.
이게 그렇게 유효기가 오는데요. 페이커 장성 페이커. 딜이 퇴각해야 돼요. 퇴각해야 됩니다. 아니 이거는 한타가
네, 그 트럼들을 잡아냈어.
안 되죠. 그거 쓰레쉬 정말 좋은 의미로 미쳤습니다. 이 경기에서
이걸 이엠파이어가
끝냈어요. 야.
네. 자, 이엠파이어와 SK텔레콤의 경기 시작됐습니다.
부르십니다.
네.
내진탕.
자, 뱅기.
자, 탈 곳 없어요.
소리.
퍼블. 또 연결되어 있으니까.
예?
아니 이거는
키퍼한테. 이거. 메이크업 좀.
제가 빨리.
타워 있어.
피아노 그래도.
페이커.
죽었고 코르케도 죽었습니다.
교환.
자, 그레이브 좋아. 뱅이 분정. 칼리스타.
라이트 안 되고. 구고. 달려냅니다.
크러쉬.
살아나면.
자,
키퍼를 먹었어요.
크러쉬 왔거든요. 자, 엣지가 죽었어요.
버리고.
이엠파이어를 카이팅하면서 싸워요. 그렇죠. 빠지면서. SKT. 제가 또 굉장히 상대할 수 없죠. 한번 해보나요? 솔. 그레이브즈가 마무리를 해버리고요. LCK까지
듀크까지 혀 모든
뭐라도
넘어져. 자, 이거
에이스 당하는 것 같은데요?
앞으로
단을 떴고요. 진영 무너지기.
자, 싸움으로 전환.
싸움으로 그리고 바나한테 계속
그렇지 뭐예요?
이거 그렇지 뭐예요? 이게 에파이어. 스톰필로 못 쓰고 죽었고요. 전면 또 들고 맞주고 다시 한번 펴고 뒤로 빠지고 좁은 지역.
자, 울프 체력이.
자, 딜라인 지원이 확실하냐? 금정한
1대1 코르키가 없어요.
싸우고 있어요, SKT.
네.
SKT 잘 싸우고 있어요. SKT가 이거를 잘 싸우고 있어요. 딜라인이 없어요. 이두한테 죽었어요.
네. 자, 여기서 키퍼. 탱커도 전사 하겠죠? 탱커.
잡아내면 지금 이엠파이어는 걱정해야 될 거 잘못하면 게임이 위험할 수도 있기 때문에 어떻게든 시간을 일단 끌어야 돼요. 그렇습니다. 그래서 이런 식으로 적진 쪽으로 도망가는 거거든요.
네, 근데 뒤에 죽고. 헬기가
죽었고요.
여기다 9번을.
브라운이 진짜
카이팅.
엄청나게 버티네요. 브라운이 엄청나게 버텨요. 이거
오영이
먹었어요. 괴물 잡고
혼자 싸우는 게 맞습니까?
네, 괴물이 괴물가 뒤로 옵니다. 뽀삐. 뽀삐 뒤.
이거
희망타자
이거 하나 쳐.
먹어줬어요. 먹어줬어. 차량에서 띄우고 럭스 뒤로 쭉
그리고 대마샬 딜이 약해요.
그리고 죽었고 있습니다.
대마샬 딜이 약해요.
주크가 안 죽었어요. 주크가 안 죽었어. 또. 목 걸리면 아직. 진짜. 이거는 못 나가요. 이렇게 되면.
쏠이요. 잘하고 있어요. 키퍼까지 이어갑니다. 마지막이고요. 자원까지 깨면서 경기를 마무리 짓습니다. 이러면서 GG. 네, 경기 시작됐습니다. 빨간 팀 없고요. 네,
전투가 나왔어요. 전투가 됐어요.
상현!
애매한데요? 아프리카 프릭스가 뭔가 하기 위해서 계속 왔다 갔다.
상현 좀 잡아놓고. 네.
있어요. 네.
코코 한번 튕기고요.
라이트가 멀어요. 라이트 빨리 달려와야죠.
라이트를 막다.
달려와서
코코
잡아주고.
따다 오지마.
라이트가 한 발 늦게 와서 완전 딜. 근데 너무 앞으로 갔어요. 네.
와, 이거 먹었고.
그리고
아파요. 쫓아요.
좋아요.
버스 바로 먹었어요. 바로 먹었어요.
큐어.
싸우군요.
와, 데미지.
익수전사.
무고한 희생자까지 쓰고요.
네.
잡힐 듯 아무도 안 잡히고 있는데.
이게 또 미디에서 해주고.
이거
다다.
싸움이 한번.
네.
이번에는 위험합니다. 이번에 위험해요. 이번에 위험해요.
대신 사냥 개시하자마자 사냥. 슈퍼플레이.
그래도 바로 터지진 않았어요. 바로 터지진 않았는데. 라이즈가 대장하고요. 라이즈 날아가고 가져옵니다. 근데 딜해요.
라이즈 왔어요.
딜하고 있어요.
라이즈 왔어요.
대박이고. 근데 빅토르가 뒤에서 분전 중. 시베르도 분전 중. 소리 질러! 소리 질러! 진격! 잠깐만요.
네. 라이즈.
예스! 소리 질렀다. 기다리가 점프!
네.
그러면서
상현.
근데 크래시가 좀.
네. 상현. 잘 살았어요.
대장군이 살았습니다.
대장군이 있어 1대1.
대장군.
네, 이런.
시원하게 소리 질렀는데.
네. 장군님.
분전했습니다만.
마무리는 장군님.
장군님의 트리플 킬.
네. 진짜 잘 싸웠습니다. 어려웠는데.
네.
아프리카.
세레모니.
네.
지지.
네, 자, 경기 시작됐습니다.
네. 그러니까 탑으로 풀죠.
네. 자, 오는데요.
맞고.
액패.
이거는 점화도 있어가지고 데미지가
살기가
잘 들어가요.
네.
근데 나이스.
여기서 타고가 나왔어.
구도가 약간
예.
위험한 구도인데요.
선플라워 체리 나왔어요. 공격 빠지고.
하고 먹어버릴 거거든요.
이거 용타임이에요. 벽고.
어서 반대로 뱉고 나이스
네.
죽었고.
캡틴 제킬.
와.
보는데요.
오, 밀어냈어요.
길막았어요. 다다.
텍사스
반대쪽에.
반대쪽으로 조금 있으면 끝나요. 꺾을 수 없는 의지 꺾입니다. 살려줘요. 도리가
네.
없어. 그리고
자, 바로 리라.
라이브 패가 와도
띄우면 킬이죠. 이거
좋았어요.
킬이죠.
네.
네.
패라도 와서 어떻게 한번
볼카.
저망.
캡틴 제 예. 미키! 뭐, 페이지 마찬가지. 예. 오, 어디로 와? 예. 이게 뭔 딜? 여기서. 미키 끊어주자, 미키.
지원군이 없어요. 지원군이
이거.
없어요.
미키 목에 걸린 돈이 많거든요. 자, 타워고. 자, 그러면 분명히 아웃시에 딜러 들어가고. 반대로
이거는 너무
코코.
무리했죠. 예.
코코. 예.
여기 한번 가나요?
네, 이게 수비형으로 하기
뒤로?
뒤로 끊어먹어야죠.
실제 일단 먹어줬고요.
동료가
퓨어 잘 버팁니다.
네, 자, 앵패도
와, 진짜 오래 버티긴 했거든요. 코르키 와요. 어렵기 때문에 와요.
그렇게 오긴
이렇게
왔어요.
오고, 자, 코르키 딜! 코르키 딜 할 거예요.
네.
무서워요. 이거 무서워요. 난리 날 수 있어요. 코르키의 포격.
네.
그냥 멀리서. 데미지 말도 안 돼요, 지금.
네, 그러면
이거 먹었어요. 와,
싸움. 자, 띄우고.
특패가 와서.
네. 코르키 캡틴제.
구도는 일단.
이래 룰로.
딜러들이 너무 살았어요. 이 원딜러들이 너무 살았어요.
안 죽어요, 안 죽어요.
코르키 너무 무리한 거 아닌가요? 코르키 너무 무리한 거 아닌가요?
그래도 데려왔어요.
같이 갔네요. 이거 끝났어요. 예.
삐가 안 죽어요.
이거 넥서스 쳐도 됩니다. 넥서스 쳐도 돼요. 이거 못 있어.
캡틴제가
끝났어요. 지지.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. The world.
Today's matchup. Hawks Tigers. Samsung Jinair Green Wings. Spenu Sonic Boom. Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 1. Hello and welcome to our final day this week in Champions Korea. I'm Monte Cristo. Joining me is Papa Smithy. We've got the Tigers up against Samsung in a battle between two of the top teams. Tigers still undefeated to start off the night.
Exactly, the only undefeated team in the league against the Samsung lineup that, okay, they've hit hard opposition the last two, but still haven't picked up a win in their last two series.
Yeah, it's been tough for Samsung. They had to play KT, then they had to play SKT. Now they have to play the Tigers. So this could be, we might see Samsung falling down to more of the middle of the pack after these matches. Obviously, the Tigers expected to win, coming off their own victory over SK Telecom in a 2-1 series.
And look, there's a slight asterisk, of course. That series was all locked up with the expected starting lineups, then came in blank. Things didn't go so well for blank. Things didn't go so well for blank yesterday either when I was watching some of those highlights either, but Rox Tigers looking good.
Yeah, SK Telecom, they started off pretty strong with their starting lineup. We did see two very good games against the Tigers, but yesterday they looked very off. A lot of atypical misplays that we don't usually see them making, and now they've got a lot of work to do. As we take a look at our rankings here, SKT still at 3-2, but 4-0 for the Tigers. Samsung 3-2 as well.
And look, one of those victories you just mentioned is an unconvincing one. So just for SKT to be 3-2 after 5 matches, coming off, of course, winning the championship not a few months ago, it's still anyone's league, and the Rox Tigers certainly leading from the front.
Yeah, and later on today we will have Jinair, currently in second place, facing off against last place Spenu Sonic Boom, who are still looking for their first win. And Jinair, they've been looking good. They too have defeated SK Telecom. They've had a little bit of a softer schedule, generally speaking, but they've made the most of it, and that's why they're up 4-1. Their only defeat coming to Longzhou Gaming.
But the consistent criticism for Jinair has been, in general, they've played to the level of their opposition. They've certainly had some missteps in other series so far, even given their good start at Spenu. They're certainly going to be hungry for a win. Again, you pencil in Jinair, but game one, maybe we'll get the tone for a series that Spenu can at least start to get something going for their season.
Jinair too, besides their win over SK Telecom, it's been pretty easy. It's been pretty easy rolling for them, so we'll have to see if they can keep it up later tonight. But first off, it will be our first place team, the Rox Tigers, who have been amazing this season.
I mean, eclipsing everyone's expectations, subbing in this aggressive jungler Peanut, no longer Hojin, no longer Wisdom on the lineup. Just every statistic, every time we're preparing for these broadcasts, you just get consistently surprised. For example, they have 5-minute on average shorter games than their opponent Samsung, despite always being famous for playing into the late games. They average 17 kills a game. For context, Samsung, also up there in the standings, average 10. 17 is by far the most bloody team in the league. Is the Rox Tigers.
And not only that, those 17 kills are coming in the shortest average game time. So it's been fast, it's been furious. And you couple that, well, what has been Peanut's contribution to this team? The answer is a 90% first blood rate. That is very, very high.
You know what he doesn't contribute to the team, though, Monty? Wards. None of those ward things. They don't get you any kills. They average 0.8 kills a minute. This is Champions. This is a league that is known for those long, drawn-out games, no kills between dragons. Rox Tigers have been piling them on, and Samsung, again, very rough schedule in the last two. They do play well in the late game, but they were kind of run over in their last series especially, so they need to get to that late game, a bit like, ironically, their opposition today last year.
Yeah, and also, let's compare those first blood stats. So we talk about the Tigers, 90%. 9%.
Wait, 9?
9, as in no in German, also a number.
Wow.
Above 8, below 10. Yes, 9% first blood for Samsung. They haven't been able to get it working in the early game. Ambition hasn't been helping out his lanes a whole lot when it comes to securing those kills. And we talk about the Tigers' lack of wards. I mean, they don't ward, basically. They're the lowest wards per minute team in the league. They're the lowest wards cleared per minute. But again, it's about Peanut being the ward that kills you. He is the one in your jungle taking your buffs, and it's him as a player that is getting the vision.
And if this series was actually 2 matches ago, it would have been both teams undefeated. Samsung's only 2 losses have been in their last 2 sets. ROX Tigers, they've faced KT, Longju, and SKT already. Only really Jin Air among the top teams remaining in this team's schedule.
Yeah, well, after Samsung too. If they can win tonight, that is right. They've had a really tough start to this season, and they're making a strong case for going undefeated in the first round robin.
Where have I heard that before?
Yeah, where have you heard that before? Maybe a year ago about this ROX Tigers team. In the meantime, Samsung started out looking strong. EM Fire in Africa went down easily. They managed a big comeback victory against Longju. And now, as we can see right now, the KDA's Core will be playing tonight.
Yeah, Core JJ coming back in. Stitch was out there last time. Core JJ has the better stats. If you just look purely in terms of the mathematics, higher KDA, in general higher contribution of kills. He's been very impressive, but he was playing in previously the most difficult games, and that doesn't change here.
No, it doesn't. And he has preferred the Lucian. Meanwhile, Stitch, their other AD carry, more of the Callista player. We may see a little bit of a switch up there tonight, but that's been Samsung's mode of operation to this point. So tough match for Samsung. We'll see if Core can get it done. Wraith has actually been looking quite good this season on the Samsung roster. Very low death support, high KDA, and he's been making some good vision plays.
It's going to be a really interesting matchup. I'm really excited to get straight into the draft. I feel like Samsung might be more strategically inflexible than the ROX Tigers. Not surprising given their standings, but there could be a lot going on here. I want to see more of that Jungle Graves. Peanut showed up on it in the last time out. Score was playing an excellent time on KT Rolster. Jungle Graves has definitely been in vogue week 3 of Champions.
And we have seen the Tigers do what Smeb can do on some of these power picks in the top lane, like Poppy and Fiora. It's been quite a pleasure to watch. Meanwhile, Kuro still at #1 overall in kills in the league.
51 kills in 10 games. Obviously the math there, just over 5 a game. To give you context, Bang is second with 50. That's in 2 more games. Sakura certainly has been racking up the kills. He's one of the people that we've mentioned the least, but his step up right at the tail end of summer season, ironically around the same time his good friend Prey started to improve their performance, was what launched them to that World Championship and obviously overall to the 2nd place. And he hasn't skipped a beat, at least for the start of the 2016 season.
That he hasn't, and the Quinn will be banned against him again. SK Telecom did actually beat him when he was playing Quinn, but a lot of teams don't want to deal with that. Lulu and Poppy rounding out the ban, so ROX here is going to grab the Corki right off the bat. And that's a bit interesting to me because Samsung actually has been picking Corki, but they haven't looked very good with it.
And also, this is the Victor available and not selected. Victor has been one of the big champions specifically for Crown, and
Kuro.
For Kuro, of course, but that's always been the case. He's only actually played it twice this season. But Crown has been playing a lot of Victor. And the thing for me about Samsung, the thing that I want them to overcome is that it feels like all their performing members have specific champions that when they play that champion, they look like this top team that they've been right at the top of the table with this season. But when they get away from, say, Crown on Victor, Cuvée, Poppy, and Lissandro's been picks, also the Alistair coming through from Wraith, those champions, their win rate through the roof. When they start to lose some of those champions, the win rates come down.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to see the Lucian taken instead of the Alistair this early on. At least, of course, that's big priority jungle pickup, and Peanut will be going with that one. So Lucian instead of the Alistair, certainly a pick that a lot of teams believe should be taken first on the blue side here in Korea.
While Wraith might be an excellent Alistair player, and then we have some question marks about his other champion pool, Gorilla's an excellent Alistair player and also plays everything else. And I hear your audible gasp because one of the kings of Fiora has picked up their champion.
Yeah, just surprising. We don't normally see Fiora taken so early, but he must be very confident into any matchup that Cuvée can throw at him.
And look, you look at the draft from Samsung, it's pretty much the KT special of Victor and Lucian for strong wave clear, and then scoping up for a last round pick of the Fiora. So it's kind of a blocker pick. Corki uniquely does have a bit of lane pressure onto the Victor, both pre-6 and even after the Victor picks up his death ray, to be able to get that quick wave clear. So I don't mind the decision. And look, Samsung might actually be trying to pull off something that a lot of teams have struggled to do. Cuvée has been an excellent Lissandra, but consistently we've seen Fiora's outscaling Lissandra's in that top lane matchup. The only team that got around that matchup was really smart pathing by Chaser and Jinair, who did manage to actually tip it towards Lissandra.
Yeah, and we have seen a lot of Lissandra bans specifically targeted at Cuvée. People know that this is his best champion. So they show their solo lanes early. This is going to give some flexibility on the blue side of the draft. To the Tigers, was that Corki and AD carry? Is he a mid laner? Questions remain, and for Lissandra, Samsung saying we want to group up for team fights in the mid and late game. Cuvée has had very good teleport flank initiations on that champion and wants to make that performance again. Meanwhile, the TF Elise combo providing a lot of kill pressure in that top side. Cuvée is going to have to be very careful.
And suddenly you don't even need those wards, Monty, because you're going to have a strong ganking jungler in Elise backed up by the Twisted Fate, can match wave clear with the Victor, but this is going to be another pressure game coming through from the Rox Tigers. All these champions going to have strong laning phases until, of course, Fiora can outscale the Lissandra. So there is still counterplay for Samsung. I want to see specifically Rek'Sai playing around the mid lane, because you can certainly get on top of that Twisted Fate and delay him having any good global impact.
And the Thresh, no surprise that Wraith always seems to be okay giving up some of these other picks in favor of taking the Thresh. So not going to be too bothered by the Alistar. And having to go up against the Alistar Corki lane will be Lucian and Thresh. And the TF, they saw what was going on in that mid lane early on with the Victor pick, and we do see the Tigers going for the Twisted Fate once again, but a very aggressive composition, and they are just looking for that wave clear. They've got great poke damage, and the 4-1 split, if Rox get into 25-30 minutes, is going to be a huge problem for Samsung.
I think it's all about the Twisted Fate once again. We've seen a lot of Twisted Fate play, especially in week 3, and a lot of it's left a lot to be desired. We've seen Twisted Fates leaving lane and losing their turret, or some misfires on some turret dives from Faker yesterday. The difference between top tier, clean Twisted Fate play and just making those mistakes is often objective, specifically mid turrets, that without that sort of factor being considered, we've seen mid turrets live to 30-35 minutes in the game. Twisted Fate leaves lane, Victor's going to push up, they're going to lose structure, so Rox need to be on the ball with these Destiny plays.
Well, fortunately, Papa Smithy, they've been pretty on the ball so far with
That's
their
fair.
Twisted Fate play. They've made it look very good. And they'll have that opportunity once more. We'll see if Smeb will get fed early on in this game, because in a late game team fight where Samsung can force fights at Baron or force fights at Dragon, they are going to be quite potent with the amount of AoE that they have, and core on what has proved to be his best champion in Lucian this season.
The 5v5, very nice coming through from Samsung. It's just getting to a 5v5 phase where Fiora's not dominating the off lane is the kind of question mark for Samsung.
Yeah, that's the trick though right now, and there's a reason why some of these teams like Rox and KT, who have top laners like Smeb and Someday, have been doing so well with this pick. If you know how to play around it, you can be a force to be reckoned with, and you can single-handedly win the game. See if it happens. Rox versus Samsung, game 1. Rox Tigers looking to remain undefeated here in their second match of the week. 2 big hurdles remaining for them in the first round robin. Samsung and the Jinair Green Wings. One of them could be cleared tonight and leave Rox with a very easy schedule to round out the remaining few weeks.
Aggression actually coming in from the Rox Tigers.
Which is pretty odd. We almost never see these invades early on in the game. So a couple deep wards coming through. Smeb checking out the Krugs, trying to suss out whether there will be some sort of lane swap. Kuro recalls just to top up his HP And we are going to see standard lanes at the beginning of this game.
And I have to think the Rocks have their suspicions about this Samsung draft. Very infrequently do we see Lissandra drafted into the Fiora. It's usually the Fiora answer, perhaps on the red side, when it comes to that pick. So they were obviously very confident to pick this pick in, and that, I guess, suggests to me that Ambition will have to play around this lane because, look, very strong CC, especially at level 6 for Lissandra. You can get the Lissandra going, but there will always be that tipping point. All you can hope to do is delay it later and later into the game because eventually, and whether that's 25 minutes, 30 minutes, 35 minutes, Fiora will be able to easily account for Lissandra in the top lane.
Yeah, that's the big issue. So can Samsung force some other fights? Kuro here going with the Ghost this game and not the extra teleport, so we will have less of a 1-3-1 split push possibility here.
Crown also taking the cleanse, so won't have the ability to follow his laner into the bottom lane. Worrying to give extra global presence to the Rocks Tigers, who, Gorilla included, don't often even need the globals to have excellent map movement and make those gank plays across the map.
But it comes down to how free this Twisted Fate is going to be, and the kill pressure in both top and bottom lanes. Excellent synergy with the Elise. Taking a look at some stats right now. 6 KDA for Peanut. Ambition definitely Rek'Sai, his favorite jungler. 16 and 12 so far on that pick. Peanut 3-0, undefeated so far on Elise. Here we go, the Cocoon coming in. Smab just going to start with the aggression right away, and that's just going to be a kill. First blood right there with the flash and the dash out. There's no follow-up. Ambition is coming, though. He's going to tunnel into the Tribe Rush. Smab on the run. There's the Prey Seeker. Flash on Burrow. Cocoon, though. Smab trying to get away from this one. There's the TP right back into lane. Peanut has to flash out. Smab leaving via the river, and Twisted Fate is there to back him up. Prey Seeker not going to be enough. Just a little bit of a tickle there on the escape, and Ambition there didn't look like he was quite dedicated to one of these targets. He decided to pursue Peanut, but I think had he stuck with Smeb, he might have been able to pick up that kill.
Turret dive wasn't also the cleanest that we've seen from the Rocks Tigers, but Brute Force gets it done in the end, so that's already going to be some extra gold over to Smeb, and that timer we were talking about, 25-30 minutes. Every kill or situation like this where suddenly Smeb actually has a degree of lane control only brings that timer earlier.
Yeah, it looked like he had a riposte too on the Frost Nova there. I'll have to take a look at that one again. It looked like they had 2 stuns, so maybe we'll get lucky and get a replay, Papa Smithy.
Probably not.
Probably not.
It's nice to want things, Monte Cristo.
Immediate start off here with a No Magic Mantle for the Fiora in the top lane, alongside the Boots and the Corrupting Potion, so we'll have to play a little bit more cautiously, and you can see Smeb starting to drag this lane back towards him as QV pushes it up with his Q.
We didn't mention it, but to clarify once again, just like the rest of this week, we're on patch 6.1 with Kindred disabled. Peanut, especially with Kindred not being able to be picked, has definitely been heavily leaning on the Elise. We saw the 100% win rate so far in 3 games. This has been his pick. Whenever he has an open jungle pool, he'll go for the Elise, able to outduel basically any of the meta junglers at the moment.
Yeah, still though, fun to see him on the Graves too. It's not, I mean, this is a perfect meta for Peanut, really. If you want to have that carry jungler on your team, somebody with excellent mechanics who can outplay the opposition, well, Peanut is ready to go, unlike perhaps a Bengi, who has been struggling a bit more as the depth of his champion pool just not quite there at the moment. I mean, we even saw the Nidalee ban coming through. People are very worried about how much Peanut can do for the Tigers in the early game. Mission is here. Not going to be seen with the Tremor Sense. He's going to check it, though. And Peanut misses the Cocoon, has to repel out immediately. Ambition trying to come around, so not much going down so far. Peanut coming back. Not going to find another Cocoon here as Smeb just dashes out.
Peanut's there to relieve pressure. Heavily suspicious of the Lissandra draft into Fiora, so expecting Ambition to play around that lane.
And QV does have a CS lead at the very least. Will be pretty much equalized by this next wave. But that big scaling question remains about how to deal with this Fiora, who's already starting to get an advantage.
Kuro is able to push in mid lane. This is a luxury he only has before Victor can pick up his Hex Core upgrade. Cheating out of lane. He's already popped the Destiny.
Yeah, there's Wraith too. He gets pumped back by the Alistair headbutt. Kuro, they're going to flash follow up with a gold card, going to get hooked, but Prey will clean this one up. Who do they want to give it to? The answer is Kuro. Very deliberate handover of that kill by the Rocks Tigers, and we saw just a flash pull knockback there from Gorilla, and what good timing from the Tigers. Kuro ready and waiting to pick up that kill.
I mean, the timing was on full display, Monty, because that was actually literally the minion that he hit 6, cheated out of lane, went out of vision. He had a blue card already locked, so perhaps Crown wasn't really going to be straight to call. Crown was only level 5 himself. But instant reaction specifically from Gorilla. They pick up the kill, and
that timing really couldn't have been any more perfect. I mean, the Tigers, they always just seem one step ahead on the map these days, planning well in advance of where they can execute. And once again, we see that synergy, Gorilla and Kuro comboing up to pick up the kill on the bottom side, and we're already up 1,000 gold. And here comes Gorilla.
Gorilla's already one of his trademark roams.
There he is, punting him into the wall. He will be stopped there by the Lissandra W.
800 gold, and suddenly Gorilla unleashed on the map. He's finally given up the Moby boots. He's willing to buy swiftness on Alistair finally. Let's see.
Making that change. Well, you know what, Papa Smith, that actually ruined that gank, because had he been there faster, he might have been able to pick up that kill without QV responding.
Fair point. I feel like the swiftness boots will be useful later.
But for now, they have been a liability. A little bit of a roam right there, but with Prey left all the way in the bottom side, just farming at his turret, not going to be any issue. Ambition here just trying to make sure that nothing untoward happens to QV while he denies some CS and tries to reverse this wave. Ambition still waiting, but there has been a brush in that top side in the lane, so Ambition has been seen coming in. Meanwhile, Peanut just staying outside of vision. Won't see any kind of dive. Kuro there too, just moving up in anticipation of the possibility of something happening. Smeb burning his teleport to get right back into lane. His tower is taking a decent amount of chip damage. Meanwhile, Kuve just stacking up on those Doran's rings. Tiamat already done for Smeb.
See, one of the luxuries having a high-pressure jungler like Peanut gives you. There's actually 2 pink wards, now 3, on the top side of this jungle in the river that have been able to put down, just because Peanut's always been on the front foot. Ambition's been slightly on the back foot. When you have exclusive vision and a Twisted Fate, when you can't have any semblance of complete information about Twisted Fate, when he starts to leave that mid lane, suddenly means that those Destiny gank percentages go from 50-40% to much higher.
Absolutely. The wards are starting to go down though, so they can keep track of Kuro. They have one in the mid lane to track his roams, and one cheating up in towards the top river, and they're going to need those. Still a lot of pinks though for Kuro to work with. Ambition is going to go on a voyage through Peanut's jungle, takes out that wolf spirit too. So this is actually nice by Ambition, just making sure that they can keep eyes on the Twisted Fate on the top side of the map at all times. They're going to clear out all of those pink wards.
It's certainly a battle of vision right now. Rocks are going to answer it with some of the health and of course the bot side pink wards. So this is the big, strong struggle. It's all about getting any sort of exclusive vision around as Peanut steals away the blue.
Quick and easy grab right there. We saw last week that Peanut was averaging about 1.1 enemy buffs a game right now, which is quite high for some of these takeaways, and his invasions have been much more active. And the way the Tigers play is, they're very methodical in their League of Legends, and one of those things that they do is that you always want to try and control the buffs and contest the buffs if you can with the pressure, because it's a very low-risk objective. If you take it away, it's nice. It's not going to end the game for your opposition, but you can get these little advantages out of those situations, and that's what he's going to do. I mean, you have... there's the Destiny coming in, actually. Prey in the mid lane. There's the gold card onto Crown. Crown is slowed up there by the Frost Queen's claim. Gorilla now coming back. Ambition going to take the shot. There's the Phosphorus Bomb from Corky, and now they've got the Ignite down. It's just not going to be quite enough damage to finish him off. But they do some work, and they force Cube's teleport into the mid lane, and nothing actually burned really by the Tigers.
Yeah, really big skirmish, but as you mentioned, no strong Victor. Coming back to your point about Peanut contesting enemy buffs, although that number 1.1 doesn't sound high, what it actually is more indicative of is that they contest enemy buffs a lot. That whether they get them or not, in the act of contesting the enemy picking up a buff, you have eyes on usually the enemy jungler, and if it's the case of blue buff, the enemy mid laner. And one of the stats that kind of works against the Rocks, at least on paper, is low wards placed per minute, low wards cleared per minute. The thing Peanut does is because he spends so much time in that enemy jungle contesting buffs, contesting Raptor camps, contesting everything, they don't need vision because, in general, you're going to expect the enemy jungler to be on the back foot and Peanut to be dictating the pace of the jungle.
Yeah, and that's another way that they can get away with the low wards is because you control where the enemy jungler moves. They have to fight you with these buffs. So you know where they're going to be, and you force them to play that reactionary style of League of Legends. But there's also very little penalty for contesting a buff. If you have to give it up, you have to give it up. You just walk away back to your side of the map, and you waste a whole bunch of the enemy's time, as well as your time to a certain degree, but the information it gives you is extremely valuable, and it prevents them also from getting deep wards into your jungle because their support and jungler have to waste a lot of time in their jungle dealing with you.
And when you're talking about the information it gives you, obviously there's timers, right? You're like, okay, the red buff went down, we'll contest it again in 5 minutes. But more crucially, your laners are like, okay, I know exactly where the enemy jungler is. He's probably calling in a laner to help him out as well. Now your laners can play more aggressive, more dominant, because they don't have to worry about being ganked. It's just layers upon layers of good stuff with Ambition.
Guess pulverized now back in the lane. Ambition caught alone in the river. There's the lantern, not going to be enough to take him out. Kuro nearly dies though. Does hit the gold card onto Crown. Crown now on the retreat. Core JJ flashes over the wall for the kill onto Kuro, but Peanut's still there. He's still in pursuit. Gorilla comes over too. Wraith going to drop the box. Prey still looking for another rocket, but the kill will go to Peanut. 2 for 1 in the end. Kuro will fall to Core, but they pick up a couple members, the support and jungler of Samsung. Ambition there caught pretty far forward once again, just a little bit too much alone, and Wraith wasn't there just yet to pick him up with the lantern.
2 for 1, and because Cuvée didn't have teleport, had to start walking down, it gave Smeb more free time with the top side. Every time the Rocks Tigers go even or better across the map away from this top lane, it just plays into Smeb, picking up more CS, getting some chip turret damage, picking up some more gold, and getting closer and closer to the point where Lissandra won't be able to lane against him.
Yeah, and Peanut again in the enemy jungle, this time at the red buff, gets the information about Ambition and then walks right back out. He knows Kuro's pushed up to his turret. He doesn't have an opportunity to ult right now, even though they do have the TP available to them. It would be disastrous for him to try and ult in Cuvé's face, would be quickly shut down. So he's getting that information, backing off, heading back to his blue buff, and he'll hand this over to his mid laner.
One of the reasons why Twisted Fate makes so much sense for the Rocks Tigers is the one thing he's always provided is if you have a jungler that plays on that front foot, Poor JJ takes a bit of damage, but if you're gonna expect Peanut to be in front of the enemy jungler, deep in enemy lines, Twisted Fate can react instantly. The port, the Destiny only has the second and a half channel time, and then you'll just get to the 2v1 much faster. You'll, in general, win those aggressive skirmishes more, so just allows Kuro to sit back and wave clear, but also be there to respond very quickly.
Ambition has to tunnel out of this one. There's Gorilla, does mess up his combo, so they can't follow up with a gold card from Kuro in a place where they can actually kill Ambition. Ambition playing with fire again, just got collapsed on as Corki free to roam into that river from the bottom side of the map, and that's going to be quite the issue here. They keep making these mistakes. Blue buff is back up for Samsung at the moment. They're going to try and give it away. Meanwhile, possible dive coming out the top side. They're planning this around the blue buff, but they're not going to pull the trigger.
Yeah, very difficult. Cuvée has his flash up. Of course, hasn't used his ultimate either, so not the best chance of picking everything up. It was one of those situations where if Twisted Fate did leave lane, Elise was there to clear the wave, so they wouldn't have lost too much turret damage, but not worth the risk, as let's just throw out the spooky ghosts.
Why not just ghost all the time?
I mean, Kuro has the summoner as well. He's just rubbing it in.
So many ghosts.
He's probably going back to the shop trying to buy Twin Shadows. Disappointed that's been removed.
I'm disappointed it's been removed.
Come on, when was the last time we saw Twin Shadows Twisted Fate? 2 years ago?
No, people still used it.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they
Don't
did.
you start, Monte Cristo. They didn't buy it.
Well, they should have. The utility was great.
I agree. More gold cards is happy times for Twisted Fate.
Well, the Tigers' early aggression has subsided here. Not trying to make any more plays. Just waiting on Fiora in the top lane. No turret dives really, no major attempts for a teleport play into the bottom side of the map, and Tigers delaying this dragon. It's actually a very late dragon for Korea this season.
Right. We've seen a lot of games where it could be the 6 to 8 minutes, but oh boy.
Hello! Braid is coming in. The package. No real follow-up there.
That was a warning shot with his package.
It was the warning package.
Yeah.
Just dropping it right in Ambition's face.
Well, you just know that this guy's crazy. He can do anything. The moment he's rocking the package, no idea what he's going to do.
That's what I love about Prey. You never know when he's just going to get into the front line.
It's when he played Corki in these like Corki Lulu comps last year with Randomly Die.
Uh-oh, Peanut caught out. There's the repel right back to the minion wave, and the TP coming in from Fiora, but I don't think they're going to be able to follow up on this. Smeb just has to dodge out of the Death Ray and the Chaos Storm. So a bit preemptive. They didn't have the crowd control to follow up, and that's a burn TP. Cuvée holds on to his.
You can see Fiora already walking back to lane. Rocks were thinking about translating a pick into a dragon, but for now, again, returning to their original win condition. Outscale with Fiora, so why even bother with dragon if all the eggs are in the Fiora basket? It's just a distraction. You might lose the 4v4. Fiora might lose a couple of ways of farm. No. Just keep farming it top. It's all good.
Believe in Smeb. In Smeb we trust, say the Tigers this game.
Worked out pretty good in 2015, specifically around the World Championship.
Yeah, it's been working out pretty well so far this season. Smeb's shown up on a variety of different picks. Peanut now harassing Ambition, tagging him with the red buff and executing an Elise combo on him, but no follow-up. Again, the mid lane has been pretty well controlled by Crown, having that superior wave clear and just keeping TF nice and close to the back of his turret. The pink wards in the river, handy for Samsung. Still not the most vision in the top side for Smeb. He has to be careful how far exactly he pushes up the river. But Peanut now, it's time for some solo dragon.
Solo dragon. See, the Spiderling's not doing too much tanking. Gone very defensive with his itemization. We've seen some Runic Echo at least, but I certainly, after Runeglaive was removed, prefer the tank Cinder Hulk option, and the magic resist stacking begins. They're against this Lissandra Victor duo. Aegis, probably Locket, and already the Abyssal Scepter completed for Kuro.
Yep, so it's a slow scaling here. They won the fights. They've gotten the gold lead. Now they take the first dragon. So far, the Rocks Tigers this season coming into tonight had a 70% first dragon rate in addition to their 90% first blood rate. Samsung going to try and respond here, but they don't have the pressure to do this. There's a flash gold card. Crown is just going to just get destroyed as Smeb comes down from the top side. Gorilla there comes out of the fog of war with a flash headbutt pulverize combo to lock him down and take away this Rift Herald buff.
And this is what having Peanut and Gorilla in your team means for you. How many times last season did Hojin's indecision get masked by Gorilla making active plays? Gorilla was the one often creating map pressure solo because his jungler just didn't have that mindset. Suddenly when you have Peanut in the enemy jungler's face and Gorilla, famous for always being the first person to make that roam, to make a skirmish, you get results like this. It's not stopping.
Yep, there's the TP coming in from Cuvée, so they have to flash out. Gorilla comes in with the pulverize immediately afterwards. He's going to ult, but there's the ult from Gorilla. Kind of pointless there to trade that one. Ambition comes in, does get nailed by the gold card, stopped in his tracks. But Smeb has been left alone in the top side, and that's the first turret to fall.
As impressive as Gorilla was last year, adding this extra element, this aggressive jungler that he hasn't had in his career as far back as I can think.
No, he's never had it.
It's watch into Hojin as far as I can remember, and suddenly he has an aggressive jungler, and his aggression coupled with Peanuts is what leads to these impressive games we've seen from the Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, that edge just keeps on growing. Get that mid lane turret, very valuable to, or top lane turret rather, very valuable to them. Now Kuro comes back into the mid lane. They're trying to make a play onto Gorilla. He doesn't have his ultimate, so he's just going to die. Nice job. Good hook there from Wraith. Good follow-up with the Ignite, and taking advantage of the lack of unbreakable will to make a play.
Also zone Corki off what was a half-health turret. They will get an objective for this, so kill an objective. Definitely a good sign for Samsung, but you can see lots of pings coming into the mid lane. If they can trade bottom lane for mid lane turret, that's a big win for Rocks Tigers.
Crown is in danger here.
You think?
Peanut and Smeb lurking. They will be get found out by the Ghost. Crown now has to use his cleanse on that gold card, but the Tigers aren't interested in fighting. And here we go. Cube's going to come in with the Claw Ambition locked up, so there's no more crowd control. There we go. Flash ult onto Peanut. Peanut is going to fall. Kuro getting low right now. Wraith and Core JJ are here from the bottom lane. Kuro pops his Ghost. Smeb still on the run. Ambition with a tunnel under the wall, and Smeb is going to try and fight Crown. Here comes Gorilla. He's back, and now the fight continues. Smeb can't quite get the kill. Core JJ is very low. Smeb is going to fall. Gorilla with his ultimate on has to escape, and Prey nowhere to be found, still making his way back up, so they bite off a little bit more than they can chew.
I mean, they were fighting 3v5, Monty. Smeb even went back in after he'd already been able to slide basically out of the engagement. There was no way for Corki to react fast enough for them to actually get any semblance of parity in the fight. Rox Tigers a bit over-aggressive for the first time this game.
Yeah, overcommitted to that turret. They do get flanked and paid for it. Brown does get the Fiora ult down onto him.
This is 5 Samsung members. Smeb plays amazing. He actually riposts the death sentence to actually stun up the Thresh, but Smeb could have backed away, still decides to re-engage. Didn't look at the minimap, didn't know that Corki was nowhere to be found, and 3v5's not good odds if you're the Rox Tigers.
Smeb's use of riposte is continuously impressive, but Papa Smithy at the end, they actually do get a tower out of that entire engage, just because
Say one. Looks like 2 as well.
Yeah, here comes number 2. And so by the time the dust settles, it's actually 2 turrets for those 2 kills.
You could argue Smeb's re-engagements, the time he bought for Corki to push up the wave, was the big reason they picked up those objectives. So, look, it's probably giving a bit too much credit for an overzealous play by Smeb, but it certainly worked out.
Well, the reaction works out. Oh, they got the top turret, so just trading 2 for 1 towers. Cuvée did manage to make it into the top lane in time to trade that objective. Still first. All right, so first dragon has been done. We're stacking up right now. Gorilla once again coming back in. Bray with the package crown way too far forward. Lantern will save Ambition, but they were primed to make that play in the enemy jungle. Peanut will eat a hook. Cuvée now coming back in. The dive is not ending yet. There's the repel out. Prey just trying to shoot some missiles in to the side. Smeb did use his teleport. They want more turrets right here. Taking some shots, but they're going to have to wait for another wave. They've got maybe 1 left in them. Core is too low to stick around, and now Kuro still at full HP. Going to get the gold card onto Cuvée. Lots of poke. Phosphorus bomb coming through, and Cuvée is going to get nuked by Corki. Cuvée there used his ultimate earlier on, but probably should have saved it for himself. Instead, they target him, Prey with the Valk in, and he gets another kill.
You can just tell that Samsung aren't ready for the level of aggression from the Rox Tigers. They're used to playing these longer games. They're used to being behind in the early game, then just teams kind of mill around the middle. And how many games have we seen where the lane swap happens, outer turrets and top and bot go down, and then we just have the big ARAM farm fest in the mid lane? That's not how the Rox Tigers play. They are assertive. They do pick champions like Alistair who can turret dive early. And if they see a Victor in the mid lane, other teams will be like, okay, we can't really push this turret. Victor's going to wave clear. The Rox Tigers, what do they see? They see the prime opportunity for a turret dive.
Yeah, they didn't even have to turret dive the Victor in that particular instance. Gorilla just got into the enemy jungle, and they followed up with the Twisted Fate ultimate to lock down the kill. So Dragon number 2 is live, and the Rox Tigers make their way over to the Dragon Pit. They have the Rift Scuttler under their control. They'll just go ahead and get this one uncontested. Ghosts are over. Peanut not even here.
You can check in also on the Fiora outscale cam. I believe the Ravenous Hydra, Black Cleaver, and now building into Magic Resisted 25 minutes is accelerated, and that's worrying.
Cuvée has done quite a lot, though, in spite of giving up that first blood to the dive early in this game. He's kept up in terms of farm. He's actually been a presence in a lot of these team fights for Samsung, but now they find themselves 5K in the hole at 25 minutes, and things are beginning to look grim.
And I agree, Cuvée is a good Lissandra. He has played smartly, but if you're going to pick Lissandra into Fiora, decently is not good enough. You need to be playing around that lane. We saw Ambition try to do that and always be bodied by Peanut whenever there was that 2v2 up top. And decent's not good enough. And the results will be, the proof in the pudding will be on display very short.
Samsung trying to group up in the mid lane right now and fight to take down this mid lane turret, but they are very much extended. Cuvée does have his TP available. Smebs is down. They have some options about how they're going to deal with this, but then again, the TF can get an easy flank right here. Culling use onto Prey, he will just sail out of that. And here we go. There's a flash cocoon, and that's just going to be the end of Core JJ. Gorilla there comes in from the flank, and Crown here caught also by the Rocks Tigers. Ambition, another cocoon lands. Smeb is suddenly here. Cuvee used his TP, but somehow Smeb actually managed to make it there first.
The massive flash into max range cocoon. How confident do you have to be of your Elise play to even attempt something as crazy like that? But this is the undefeated Peanut on this Elise. They're going to start the Baron, and Ambition, good luck stealing this one.
Yeah, they're all just body blocking right now. Smeb going to hop over the wall and deal with Ambition, so he can't even attempt to steal. Nice Baron control there by the Rocks Tigers. They pick it up easily. And man, that was a gorgeous team fight from the Tigers.
Watch how far away this cocoon comes on. Wait for the flash cocoon. Now, he does have Kuro coming as well.
Stack the CC a little bit sloppy, but Gorilla here, I mean, the follow-up in these fights, I think it's going to nail another cocoon in the end of this one. Watch him onto Ambition. Another one just snaking around the minion wave. Beautiful mechanics.
And they come from every direction. Flashing over is the Twisted Fate. Elise coming from another direction with the flash. Suddenly you can see Fiora coming from the back. The multi-pronged attack against a team with good wave clear. This is the sort of comp that KT piloted to 4 wins in a row. And the Rocks Tigers have already shown that they have its number.
This kind of play where you come in and you attack simultaneously from all angles really reminds me of how CJ Blaze used to look back at their peak. Now, Ambition will take a bit of poke damage as he gets in front of the turret and has to turtle. Oh, jeez. Well, it's happening, Papa Smithy. And the duel is going through. Actually, the flash comes out from Cuvee to escape that sticky situation, but the TF ult is here, and Ambition doesn't get hit by the wild cards. Peanut trying to follow up. He's just a little bit out of range. Gorilla nearly falls to the turret damage, and this turnaround getting dangerous, but Kuro and Bray still at full HP, and they'll be able to burst down the Victor.
Bray's not done.
Oh, wow. Flash onto Core, and there's the inhibitor using this Baron buff to its fullest extent. Meanwhile, Cuvee has to back off. That means Smeb gets some free time on the top tier 2. He has his TP up to end this game if they so choose. He's just going to TP right into the middle of the base. Here comes Smeb onto the turret already, and they're just going to go straight for the Nexus. And that's going to be the end of this game very suddenly in under 29 minutes. The Rocks Tigers pick it up, and that was very convincing.
Very much so. There was some uncharacteristic kind of poor mechanics. There was a couple of poor decisions made by the Rocks Tigers, but the balance of play, the level of aggression, the tempo they play at is something that Samsung just was ill-equipped to deal with. Samsung has been playing late games with good wave clear, scaling into smart late-game team fighting. No time for late-game team fighting when the game ends at 29 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely not. And the Tigers, again, just getting right into the enemy jungle, not afraid to make plays and to pick up the dives. Sure, they'll trade you a kill or two, but the objectives that they acquire as part of that equation do lead them to very large gold leads.
And isn't it great that that aggression doesn't just come from Peanut, the man who is known for aggression? It doesn't just come from Gorilla, who's always on the front foot. Suddenly, Prey is just leaping in with the package, going for turret dives himself. Kuro's playing Twisted Fate and going for very aggressive ports rather than any sort of safe ports. Peanut's introduction has definitely washed over this whole team, and the result, every time they come on onto the Rift, is a treat to watch.
Yeah, it's so funny, Papa Smithy. The Tigers, #1 in gold differential at 15 minutes. Jinair #2. If you think about last year, that makes no goddamn sense. Those were the teams that played for the late game, that frequently had the early deficits, and now they are the top 2 in this league when it comes to early advantages.
And the shortest game times only get shorter with that 29-minute win.
That's right. We are going to be heading into Game 2 between the Tigers and Samsung. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Champion Spring, and the MVP nut is back with his 3-2-7 performance on Elise, nailing those cocoons, making Cube's life hell, being the attack ward that we all know and love.
And now being second overall in the rankings, and the accuracy was on. And one thing we might not see in some of these clips is the riposts as well were super on form. Of course, that one was pretty standard. This was actually very close to being a 1-for-1 despite the 2-for-1 trade, but it was all about Peanut just applying pressure and ambition, as Ambition wants to do. Caught out a lot, and a lot of that was just Peanut being to the places he needed to be first.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely ahead of the game, and see him picking up a kill here and a kill there. And
yeah, looking at that again, it looked like maybe that time the Flash Cocoon didn't hit, but of course Kuro was in the spot. This is the multi-pronged fighting we talked about with the Coons, with the Rocks Tigers now, of course. We already saw from the left, flashing over from the Raptor Brush, Smeb from the back. This is the Rocks Tigers in great form.
yeah, and they close it out easily, take that Baron, and then drive home for the victory with some more dives. And you just don't even have a chance to think against the Rocks Tigers right now. That you try and get in position to wave clear, but there are too many people in your jungle. They're trying to dive you too aggressively, and when they're so good at landing those skill shots, it can be very difficult to play defense.
Almost feels like they're the only team that knows how to play 2016 League of Legends the way Riot intended. Get those game timers shorter. Another 29-minute game. If they can get it into the 20s, that's where it's supposed to be.
That's right. Nope enters the booth. Like he had a little smirk on his face. I'd have a smirk on my face too, Papa Smithy, after that game. Very nicely played by the Tigers. And we are going to be heading into our second game of the night. Tigers will be on the red side. Samsung flip over to blue. And there's the Nidalee Band once again versus Peanuts.
Champion with all that movement speed between, of course, just a movement speed in Cougar form, and of course Runic Echo now giving the extra 10% movement speed. If you pick up the Herald buff, you're getting another 10%. Just the fact that Peanut is always there on some of these slower champions. Nidalee and her early game pressure with an early game jungler, too much for most teams to handle.
Yeah, Corki actually banned out this game by the Tigers, so not going for the same Callista ban they went for last time.
Samsung, I think, desperate to pick up first pick Poppy. That's another champion that QV has shown a lot on. What's the Poppy?
Well, they're going to force a choice, though, probably between Callista and the Poppy pick, unless they want to give one of those over for free.
I think Callista's probably fine. Core JJ's almost exclusively played Lucian, so
Yep, they're going to ban it.
not going to ban. That's surprising to me, at least. And I think Poppy first pick is a natural fit.
But you give the Alistar over again to the Tigers, and that just fits into their playstyle. The GP comes out. It actually wasn't picked or banned. We didn't even mention that in the first game of this series, but now the Tigers decide Alistar and Gangplank, way to go.
That is in place of a potential other top lane carry. There's, of course, the chance that we see mid lane Gangplank, but we'll wait to see how the draft develops. Samsung's getting a lot of their priority champions. These are the sort of champions they do very well on, and now you're pairing the Poppy with the very safe wave clear from the Victor. Ambition's now moving to the Elise. Looking like a strong draft from Samsung.
Yeah, but they can play Lucian. They can play the Graves again here if they want to go for some
Please, the
huge
Graves.
burst. I would love to see play the Graves again. Play Trundle in the top lane. GP Trundle, the split-pushing dream, Papa Smithy.
I've been talking to a lot of analysts about just safe lanes or winning lanes against Poppy, and no one really has a standout winning lane, but Trundle top, we saw it yesterday in Champions, seems to be one of those situations where the base damages aren't really high enough and you can kind of shrug them off and split push the Poppy in all day. Will we actually see a Nocturne? Now, Clearlove did play this over in China, but just the Graves, and that's still a big treat.
Look, I like the Nocturne TF combo that EDG ran. I thought it was very well executed by them, but I would not play GP Nocturne. That's a little too much scaling. That's like, hello, would you like to kill me in my jungle in the early game? Yes, I would like to do that.
Look, to me, a team with Clearlove playing TF Nocturne is whimsical. It's back to Season 2 again. I wonder where good old Messiah is, but you're right. Feels like the Nocturne's not quite there yet. I feel it's one tweak away from being a popular jungler, but the Graves certainly right in the middle of the wheelhouse of Peanut and the meta.
I don't know if I'd want to be running Nocturne in a meta where Nidalee and Graves and Kindred can just walk into your jungle and kill you, but
There is that. His base stats aren't the highest, and we were expecting the GP to go top, and Kuro on the LeBlanc. Now, one of Kuro's biggest weaknesses as a player that we saw throughout most of 2015 was inability to apply good lane pressure on any champion outside of Victor, but his LeBlanc stats this season have actually rivaled his Victor stats. He's really been on form with the LeBlanc, so gonna go for actually the counter matchup into Victor and try and punish the Victor early.
and we haven't really seen that much LeBlanc this season.
No.
It really came in hard in the first week of competition and then fell off pretty rapidly after that. So this will be the first time this week we have had a LeBlanc pick. And GP in the hands of Smeb in the top side, they have some crazy burst in the late game and in the mid game and in the early game.
Burst
So-
is something they have. Wave clear is something that's a little bit more difficult. The one thing you can say is that Graves for junglers actually does provide a lot of wave clear, and Lucian is decent in that area as well. But the moment you lock in the LeBlanc, it's a little bit harder on the wave clear front. So can they buy that time for Smeb? Because Poppy and Elise can certainly go to town on this game playing oranges or no.
Yeah, that's going to be the trick. We did see the Peanut camp in the first game.
The Peanut camp.
The Peanut camp. It's like the Peanut Gallery, but outside in the jungle.
We're the Peanut Gallery for the Rocks Tigers games, Monty.
We are. And all the fans are too. The Peanut Gallery, the one time it's actually a good thing is when you're watching the Rocks Tigers.
In the story this season for sure. Crown's actually taken Ignite. Interesting.
Yeah, wow, going very aggressive against this LeBlanc. Those mid laners with the Ignite. Gorilla taking it as well. And the Trundle now for the disengage. And you know, after that last game and all the turret dives, all the aggression, can't really fault them for trying to play some more disengage with the Trundle. We're going to get into game 2. Samsung against the Rocks Tigers starts right now.
Mother Nature, everybody wants to rule the world.
It's time for some more fun on Summoner's Rift. We see Samsung exiting their base up against the Rocks Tigers, who are currently 1-0 in this best of 3. Going back to a Kuro staple for a long time, the LeBlanc, one of his champions that he has played quite a bit of over the years.
One of those spots where LeBlanc and Cassidy would have been considered, both of them in Kuro's wheelhouse, but Cassidy's certainly been an edge of the meta pick, and it feels like LeBlanc is doing his assassination job a little bit more reliably than Cassidy can pull off.
Well, Crown is going to have to be very careful. If he gets hit by a binding and the Grave swings through,
I mean, on the other side of the coin as well, you can say that, especially early game, plenty of magic damage coming out of the Elise. Jungle attention in the mid with no cleanses, with no teleports. Fighting words across the rift from both teams.
this will be Kuro's 19th professional game on LeBlanc, currently 11-7 overall. So fairly respectable stats. It is his 4th most played champion of all time.
I believe he's 2-0 this season and a greater than 10 KDA, so certainly been a strong pick for him.
Hey, compared to that to Victor, though, we see the Victor priority obviously in this game, but all-time Victor is his most played champion, and he is a combined 21-5. So over 80% win rate, and that is why you do not give Victor to Kuro.
He even includes his IM stats as well, where he did play it once at the World Championship a year ago. Victor has always been his specialty. He was undefeated, or close to undefeated, for a very, very long time.
Yeah, he actually had 0 losses, I think, heading into IEM.
12 or 13, I think, was the streak from memory, but eventually was shut down.
Wraith coming in, checking out the enemy jungle right now, as we do have the lane swap. Samsung going to take the top side, and Wraith just popping that frozen domain and going for a few auto attacks. He already has red buff, going to miss the second hit on the Q. Kuro is here, and they're continuing to run after him, but Wraith does make it out. Gorilla comes up into the mid lane, and now is going to head back to the bottom side. But this Trundle is being very annoying, and he is delaying the attempt here to take down this turret. So we'll see how fast they can take down the turret in the top side now and whether Samsung can swap back quickly.
The moment that Rox Tigers pivoted from trying to power down those camps to trying to kill the Trundle, you're right. The timer when it comes to getting to lane and bottom lane has been heavily delayed. At this point, they're certainly in no rush whatsoever. So if Samsung can take this turret quickly, and they do have the Tristana, and get bot, there is a scenario where Rox Tigers won't pick up the answering turret. They're trying to force it now, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, definitely going to be a little bit of a close call here, and the Tigers may also have to not get an ideal wave bounce off the turret if they're forced to take it down too quickly for fear of not taking it down at all. That top turret should be pretty close to dying right now. We do see an early recall from Wraith, and that'll be it. So dual lane is recalling at the moment. They do have an edge in this lane swap, and now Tigers have to wait for another wave.
So we'll get it. That much is for certain, but will they get the bounce, as you mentioned? Trundle could have moved towards bot quicker, but ended up waiting for an item.
Yeah, they held up in their own base right there, so not trying to force an advantage out of that bottom side, and instead doing a very safe three-man group up into the bottom lane, but that will allow the Tigers to get the wave back on their side of the map.
Interesting to think about conceptualized lane swaps in the 2016 season. When we have seen this fast lane swap players, Wraith is doing his best to harass Smev out of last hit range, but when we have seen these multiple lane swaps, when we've seen top and bot turret down, all it's succeeded in doing is really dragging out the early game to mid-game phase. And it feels like mid-game really hits when all those outer turrets are down, and mid-lane outer turret in particular has been heavily delayed when we've seen these lane swaps. It's harder to make those assertive roams that people like Gorilla love to do.
Yeah. Can't go through the middle of the map, does make it more challenging, can't get in the deep wards as reliably. Now the one thing that lane swap did do was it gave Poppy a lot of free time and free CS in the top lane because...
Look at this, Smeb's just picking up wolves, he can't even enter lane.
Yeah, so that's the issue that we've seen, and now the fast push coming down, Ambition joining up once again, so they bought time here for Cuvée as a result of Prey and Gorilla being in the lane just a little bit longer, and that meant that Core JJ and Wraith were there as soon as the normal farming period for the top laner would begin. So they do get something out of it. Peanut will have to join up to match the turret damage right now, and Samsung going to move into the Dragon. So Samsung just a step ahead of the lane swap, accruing these very minor advantages, and that's all due to Wraith's delay. Very nicely played early on by this Trundle.
It's fun how you can track back to one contesting of the Raptor camp led to this flow-on effect that now is extra objectives for Samsung compared to what Rox Tigers can pick up.
Really good lane swap, and that's a great example of how you can snowball an advantage into much larger things, and how all of these players have to understand the complexities of the lane swap and what is and is not possible. And it also changes, of course, with the champions that you select. Easier to take the Dragon with the Elise, easier to take these turrets quickly or by themselves with the Tristana.
And so be careful, he's only level 4.
Yeah, he's actually going to get bursted. Has to use his flash. A little bit greedy, but they do answer turret for turret. Even gold, that means, but where are the advantages? It's on the Poppy, and the Gangplank going to be even slower in this game to get rolling. That said, Prey did get the CS advantage by farming out some more of these waves and being less aggressive about pushing the turrets.
Or JJ keeps slopping into the lane with the Gangplank. Of course, always the threat of the support being there to catch up. The Gangplank means that Smeb has been consistently behind in CS, still now only at 19 to the 32 of Cuvée.
Look at these lane assignments, too, coming from the Tigers. Looks like they're kind of just leaving Smeb out to dry this game. They sent him into the top with the very long lane against the Tristana. Of course, that will push automatically due to the explosive charge, but the lane that was pushing towards them already, the Lucian, is going to grab. So Prey getting a little bit more priority in this game. We do see Samsung playing around their Tristana right now, trying to set up the vision and take away this red buff.
You might expect to see Samsung. First they're going to pick up the red buff. Of course, they are setting up around the Gangplank. Because of that auto pushing, turret dive certainly looks like a very juicy option, and we need to see the Rox Tigers sending multiple members. And yeah, you can see Gorilla there already. And Peanut shadowing as well, because turret diving this big wave would be a further punishment for Smeb, who spent so much of this game just picking up walls, picking up scraps whenever he can.
Yeah, and Samsung, they took the Dragon first earlier on. Now they find themselves being able to get the Rift Herald. See, looks like Ambition will be the one gifted the buff.
Just keep tracking back, of course. Usually when we see lane swaps leading into Dragons, the answer is the Rift Herald, but there was no time for Tigers to pick up that objective, so now both neutrals have gone over to Samsung, despite the fact there's been no kills this game.
Yeah. Still has been very... Well, he's not going to clear out the pink ward, unfortunately. Prey doesn't realize that it's in Tri-Brush before he recalls. And, yeah, the Samsung playing it very clean and just picking up small advantages here and there.
Funny thing is that from all this lane swap play that, again, Samsung's been more decisive about, the big loser, you know, on the one hand, you'd obviously say it's Smeb, but I think the other big loser is Peanut, because his usual pressure game, his usual 1v1 against the enemy jungler, disregard the lanes, or just have the lanes back him up as he uses his bravado, hasn't been a factor because he's just been second to react to the macro play from Samsung.
Definitely fallen behind, and he's had to do a little bit more counter jungling this game as a result of these deep turrets going down, but not without, or not with rather, the ability to get the vision or actually contest these objectives, simply just trying to mirror Ambition.
Smeb's been able to pick up a lot of CS when Tristana swapped back down to bottom lane, so actually he's ahead of Poppy out of nowhere.
Well, they did push the lane up, and then the counterplay there from the Tigers, where they joined up under the top tier 2, meant that Smeb, with the help of his teammates, could actually pick up that wave. So no dive, good reaction, and now he's got that wave moving all the way back across the map. But Poppy will get right back in the lead again. But here we go, and there's Core. He's going to jump out with that rocket jump right away. Wraith is coming through, but they're going to get cut off by the GP ultimate, and Prey there is going to pick up the first blood. Peanut walking forward. He's looking for Wraith right now, and he's going to get it. They couldn't actually get in front of that in time. Cube comes down only to die as Kuro gets another kill. That GP ult again doing work, and you can see once again that coordination. Gorilla using the flash and his pole and his headbutt to set up a kill immediately as the roam comes through, and Smeb there uses his ultimate to get an advantage.
We're going to see the replay, as you mentioned, just how much space is controlled by the Gangplank ultimate. Kuro was so smart, realized the first kill was going to come down, changed targets onto Wraith. That's why they picked up the kill with the snipe from Peanut. You can cancel that teleport if you're Gangplank, and the big story here is actually happening off screen. We mentioned Gangplank start as Prey just going to die, stayed too long, but Gangplank just stayed top. He kept CSing, he kept picking up farm, he didn't have to use his teleport, he ended up cancelling it, so have the slightly shorter cooldown, but in so many ways, Tigers picked up multiple advantages and undid a lot of the good work by Samsung in the first 10 minutes.
Ambition, props to him though. He tried to repel in front of the Graves to take the collateral damage, so that perhaps he could not only escape but save Wraith in that particular instance, but unfortunately it was just a hair too late.
Now the Tigers, 1,500 gold ahead. First one to get the Frost Queen's claim, which of course popped during that chase down bottom. Kuro on lane dominant champions. Kuro in general, what a step up from this guy. He was seen as almost a weak link in the lineup next to Hojin, not in many steps ahead of him when it came to the firing line after every Coup Tigers loss, but suddenly shown a lot more as speaking of skill shots.
Yeah, there we go, and there, oh wow, Crown nearly dies, lives with just a sliver of health, and that was the danger, and Smeb finds him with the GP ult under the turret. Gets the coup de grace in the end, and now they push out Ambition with the culling. Again, the Tigers so coordinated, all four in the mid lane, and that's the trouble. You take that Ignite, well, that LeBlanc chain lands, and there's a Graves there, and you can do nothing.
And you're losing across the map. Tristana's just pushing in farm for Gangplank to pick up. He's gotten that extra kill from the snipe with the ultimate, and there's no way for Tristana to stop farm, as Cuve's probably too tanky.
Yeah, not enough mana there too from Kuro to actually finish off that kill, and now the Dragon, first of the game for the Tigers, will be taken here at 12 minutes. very early couple of dragons in this game due to the lane swap, but Samsung, they were doing well early, but once the aggression started to roll in and that GP ult, just the coordination around the Tigers starts once more, and Samsung doesn't have an answer.
Awkwardly, without leaving lane versus a teleport being blown and QV being present at that last fight, Gangplank has still had more impact across the map than that pop.
Yeah. Definitely been an issue, but QV was just late there. By the time he actually showed up, the damage had already been done in that bottom lane. They do take a few pot shots at the turret, starting to whittle it down, and they're going to take another Rift Herald, but this is not much to compensate them for all they've lost. And now Smeb has pulled out to a CS lead despite being down substantially early on.
First 10 minutes were definitely pace set by Samsung before we saw that successful bot lane delayed 5v5. Specifically, it was about setting up around the Gangplank. It looked like they were going to turret dive him under his inner turret, and then you avert your eyes, you watch the other parts of the map, and he's got a Trinity Force on time, or if anything, a little bit early, and the waves keep getting pushed up to Smeb. And we saw Trace 2 days ago pull off a 25-minute, 3-item Gangplank, and Smeb's on course for that as well.
He is rapidly getting out of control, not to mention his kill and assist goal. I mean, picking up a kill like that, getting that money just for the ult is absolutely fantastic for him. Here we go, another press forward. Core gets chunked, and they have Peanut here again, like you said in the champ select, Papa Smith. They just great there for the wave clear. Really good understanding of where he needs to be, and also just constantly threatening to get that burst damage down and make a play should he be able to combo effectively with Kuro.
It's crazy to think that Graves, the champion, who was always really poor in sieges when he was an AD carry. Of course, he was slightly longer range than he is now at 525, but very poor at sieging down turrets. Now, because he's coming from the jungle and because of his sheer wave clear, he's both good at defending against pushes, just firing out his Q, or just getting in melee range and getting that auto-attack buckshot damage onto enemy structures. So, new lease on life.
Oh, Crown gonna get caught. GP ult is down again, and that's gonna be a finisher there. Kuro is going to escape. Another kill onto Crown, and Smithy, this mid lane is rapidly turning into a Crown Fiesta.
It is turning into a Crown Fiesta, Monte Cristo. I mean, you took Ignite on the Victor. You didn't have to take that Summoner. Could have been Cleanse, could have been Barrier, could have been Heal, could have even been Teleport. Took the Ignite and is consistently losing the trades, of course, with a big assist from Gangplank.
Yeah, again, that GP ult. I don't know if I've ever seen this many, wow, nice dodge. Consecutively good Gangplank ultimates in a game. Every single one has been so clutch from Smeb.
Does find ambition, but they back away.
Just Smeb's awareness of when to place it, how to coordinate it with the rest of his team, and when to use it to help out on the all-ins in these situations. Smeb, in the meantime, has continued just to farm up and now has that BF sword and the Trinity Force. 16 minutes, that is real fast.
Samsung setting up around the Gangplank, but honestly, Monty, I don't understand sending Tristana into the same lane as Gangplank. At best, you're going to be swapping CS, and Gorella's caught, though.
Is he? Caught is such an interesting term, Papa Smithy. He's going to get the ultimate used, but the trade there onto Ambition, pretty much even. May have to have some trouble here defending the turret. Peanut has to flash, actually, after getting hit by the spooky ghost. So Gorilla's damage does result in the turret finally going down in that mid lane. So we do see Samsung close the gold gap just a little bit.
It's what I don't understand is you're sending Tristana to swap farm with Gangplank, which is a wash or in the advantage of Gangplank, depending on how you think of late game Tristana. This is the thing that makes more sense. Prey was allowed to freeze in the bottom lane for so long. Kojide finally enters lane.
And there's the GP ult again. They're trying to make it over. Kuro will dash into the river. Wraith is waiting there for him, but Core trying to get on the other side of this. There's Gorilla, comes in. Core just going to get a double tap right there. And Kuve, the next to fall, as they are just cut off another GP ultimate. Meanwhile, Smeb is also killing the turret. So Smeb here just doing an insane amount of work without ever even showing up. He has TP, by the way. He could have been there, He just chose not to be.
The official OGN subtitle for this VOD will be "Meanwhile at Gangplank," as he just casually spent his whole time in lane. Has he even teleported once, barring maybe defensively?
I think he teleported back into lane.
And he cancelled a teleport in
Yeah,
bottom.
he did cancel that TP.
That is a teleport, I guess. Not a full channel, but an attempt at it.
Well, he realized he wasn't needed. And then...
Isn't it a nice luxury to be not needed as Gangplank, so you can just get down to that
Well,
farming?
when you have perfect ult placement every time, you aren't needed. It's like, I will do better up here, dealing turret damage, taking an immense amount of farm, slowly, and by slowly I mean very quickly growing his lead to 60 CS. Remember, he started in the hole in this game with the shorter end of the stick.
It was picking up wolves while Poppy was picking up lane farm. Smeb, always impressive. Finding new and unique ways to impress us.
This is a very impressive game from the Tigers. I feel like we say that a lot.
Every game, actually.
Every game.
Rox Tigers going to pick up their first of the Rift Heralds. Previously been completely controlled by Samsung, and Samsung had a wonder, after playing such a clean 10 minutes, how it all just fell away.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you try and take some of these fights. And also the Rox Tigers composition. If you overextend even a little bit, the amount of damage that they can put on you in less than a second is pretty huge. Of course, the Lucian and the LeBlanc and the Graves. So you have to be very cautious in how you play on the map. I wonder when people are going to stop giving Gorilla Alistar, because to me that is the one constant that we see in the Tigers compositions, and it's the backbone with which they use to build leads by diving and aggressive early play.
Again, though, when Gorilla gets a champion, it feels like he's already the best at it. Every time we mention, we're like, wow, how does Gorilla get Tom Kench? It's not even a support pick we talk about, but Gorilla makes it work as Gorilla's caught, but again, just walking away.
And there we go. Peanut will secure that dragon. He's a little bit low on the front line. Kube there is going to take the Mimic Death, and now Gorilla comes in for a little bit of zone. Barrels are being laid down. Forces the flash, actually, from Wraith. Kuro's not done. Chain will miss. And there you go. Rox Tigers, once again, 2 for 0 and a dragon in the end as they just charge forward into the enemy. And look at this, Bob Smithy. They have a nice little wave there on the bottom side. They have access to the red buff. Wraith is trying to sit there, but they'll quickly chase him off with some barrels.
One thing about Rox Tigers drafts, which again have been both amusing and smart throughout the course of their soon-to-be 5 wins on the trot, they either get Victor for Kuro or they pick up Alistar for Gorilla. And you might think, okay, what's the relevance there? It's that so many games have been stall-out fest, as you're already impressed by the damage coming out from the barrels. But so many games have been stalled by Victor, who's another champion that's been almost ever-present this season. Think about Alistar. Walks behind the Victor, walks behind the turret that he's so easily wave-clearing around, and just punts him out and kills him. So that Alistar's doing so much work to break what has been some really drawn-out mid-games. And whether you have the Victor or you can account for it, Rox Tigers look great.
Absolutely. I don't understand Gangplank. So he has all these cannons at his command.
Yeah, there's a ship just off the course of the map.
Right, but isn't this on top of a mountain? Those are some pretty impressive cannons, especially when they rain down directly.
Funnily enough, if you actually, we can't actually direct the observer, but if you go right to the top left corner, you can see water, you can see...
Yeah, way down there.
That's where the cannons are coming from.
The cannonballs are falling directly from the sky, too. Oh, Peanut caught out, is going to get hit by that explosive charge, and he's going to try and back out, but there's the kill. Sveb here now does actually use his teleport. There's some barrels. There's a flash forward from Gorilla, and the knock up, and there you go. 1 kill for Prey as Kuro comes over the wall. Ambition, though, finishes it up onto Kuro. Prey now caught in a cocoon. Have they overextended this time? And yeah, nice series of kills there from Samsung. Sveb going to have to play defensively. Can't actually get the barrel off, and so he is going to have to beat a retreat on the heels of Gorilla. And Samsung now, can they do something with this advantage? Their waves are not in the best locations.
See what's spawned. Of course, Baron is up, but it's too early for that objective. No dragon to pick up. I thought Kuro was going to delete people with the Mimic Distortion, but because he, at the time, only had Abyssal Scepter and the Frost Queen's claims didn't quite have the damage to get what looked like an easy double kill, and the results, good turnaround by Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, I think he actually had waited too long on the recall right there.
I believe he did not
was
even have a nearly large run.
Yeah, I don't think he did either. I'm sure we'll see a replay of that, but I think he was sitting on a very large bank. Well, no, we won't.
Yeah, Peanut got deleted, even through the extra Marmodia's shield, but I think the big thing is this should have been multiple kills, but it's actually only about 300 damage on the Mimic Distortion. Samsung live, and Samsung finally get a window back into a game that, again, they did really well at the start, but 13 minutes of Rox Tigers playing at their best has put them right back behind, 5k gold behind the Rox Tigers.
Yeah. But fortunately for them, at least they drug out the TP in addition to the kills, so now they can buy themselves some breathing room and have this Poppy start to farm out these big waves in the bottom, closing that gold gap just a little bit.
Yes, breathing room for Smeb to flame Horizon a little bit slower.
Oh, we have to start somewhere. Ambition there. Double Q. And... oh, he died in the stratosphere.
Yeah, the damage registered, the ignite was at the last second, and got burned to death.
Burned to death in the sky. Okay, well, with that kill, the Tigers have some opportunities to auto this turret. Gorilla does the headbutt pull just as a zoning move right there. Can't quite catch anybody, but he does allow them to defend. Okay, by Core, and that'll be an inhibitor for free as Smeb sets up the barrels for some further zoning, and they will saunter out of the base as they take 2 kills for none and the first inhibitor of the game.
The damage calculation from Core JJ based on that last Mimic Distortion certainly not reflected when the Luton's Echo was completed. A casual QR into instant kill on the half-health Tristana, and Kuro. He's just piling on those kills, Monty. He's got the most kills this season. He's got 6 more this game. He's doing his thing. And remember, some of those games are on champions like Lulu, on more defensive laners, and still, he's been all over those scoreboards.
Yeah, just been going off. 1 minute until Dragon should be certainly in the Tigers' hands unless they try and play around the Baron right as this spawn happens, but it looks like they're not going to take any chances. Just go back in.
One thing I want to talk about build-wise is what Peanut's doing here. So, of course, we've seen a lot of Jungle Graves, specifically this week. It's all been about the Ghostblade second, the Snowball Ghostblade after you finish the Warrior chat. This time, though, more of Malmortius and soon-to-be Sterix Gage. You look at this lineup, it's only Alistair as a pseudo-tank. They don't have another frontliner. This is the frontline Graves build where you get a magic damage shield, you get a percentage health shield, and then if you're just keeping the fight going, you're going to get those quick draw resets, get those extra resists. Peanut is effectively the true tank of this team, and he does a bit of damage as well.
Yeah. I like that adaptation, though. Like you're saying, especially if they don't have Gorilla's ultimate up, it could be a huge game changer. So not going full aggressive. They certainly don't need any more damage in the late game. Crown! Oh no. Well, he gets the kill in return. Actually gets the shutdown gold there, so that'll be nice.
Not a bad 1-for-1 trade. Will Peanut be able to get a lot of tower damage? Get a lot of damage, not quite enough.
Going used. Dragon is back up right now, Smeb. Doing a little bit of dueling here with Cuvee. Ambition is going to find him on the side and forces flash.
Actually, was flashed away from the instant cast ultimate from Cuvee, who did use it just there, but wasn't in range.
Oh, there we go. Core gets turret dove again. A little bit too close, and he pays the price. Gorilla is so good at surprising people with his flash combo. It's happened again and again. He gets on you incredibly quickly. Core never really had a chance even to get out of that one, and that will mean another inhibitor for the Tigers. They just go for the inhib. It wasn't Dragon, Bob Smithy. It wasn't Baron. It was mid inhibitor instead.
It's never objectives. They are never forced to things as menial as 5th Dragon or fighting around Baron. They create their map pressure. They take everything. Now it's going to be the blue buff as well. The anti-KT rollster in week 1. That's the way I like it. Quick, fast, and explosive.
Hey, KT was very explosive this week.
That's true. I think they took some notes from the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, definitely following in their footsteps. So Scuttle Crab now for Smeb. Let's go ahead, hit with those barrels. So my question about Gangplank, though, is out of all the weapons you could take off of a ship, why would you take barrels full of gunpowder that you have to shoot? He's got cannons, and if he can make a heavy object like a barrel full of gunpowder appear, can't he just make a cannon appear?
So you can tell the fact that, I mean, the cannon Wow, his core JJ took so much damage, but the cannon play is pretty impressive. We've already established that the Summoner's Rift is really far away from the water where the cannon's shooting from, that particular pirate ship, so it takes quite a lot of precision to be able to aim it so well. They can only do it once in a while.
Especially on the extreme hyperbolic curve that they would have to actually get to the top of the mountain and have it rain directly down on top of somebody.
When are we going to hear the name of that amazing gunner they have? Because just with a single shout from Gangplank, he's very on the ball. So he can only do that, every few minutes. He needs time to punch in the coordinates.
It's like programming a computer right there.
And the bigger question is, where does he fit 5 barrels in his model? That's my question.
All right, well, back to the engage. Gorilla going to stop any counter engage. There's the GP ultimate. Corey's getting very low already. Has to get out of that one with his flash. Crown now on the run, but Kuro will take the kill, just sliding forward with the damage and not going to pick up any other. Oh, I lied. Papa Smithy, the second proc on the chains will do enough as he gets through the fountain healing, and the Tigers now once again just going to take an easy win. Another sub 29-minute win as the Nexus explodes. They don't need a Baron, and that's just going to be it. So very impressive play there from the Tigers.
And they turn it on so quickly. Remember, they hardly lost the macro game in the first 10 minutes. If anything, they gave Samsung a 10-minute head start. And then 18 minutes later, they've got it all wrapped up. They look clean doing it. You can't even remember some of their struggles with the lane swap play and the smart adaptation from Wraith to contest them at those Raptors. And the Rux Tigers just keep winning.
I mean, that's the thing. It wasn't like they got crushed in the lane swap, but they were playing from behind legitimately. But they managed to turn it into a win. I think you pointed it out, Papa Smithy. A lot of that was the questionable lane assignment of the Tristana into the GP lane. That was definitely very helpful because had they been able to get that dive and push the wave and make a more aggressive play, they could have shut down the GP. But since they weren't willing to commit, and since the Tigers were playing such great defense around that top side, they were never able to have that opportunity, and instead they just funneled farm right into Smeb's pockets.
Should never be allowed to put a hyper carry into the same lane as Tristana because
well, you can if you dive it. If you dive it, you can. Sure. You just have to have that follow-up.
They looked to dive at the first 9 minutes, then they lost that team fight, they lost that figure to dive, and it ended up just free farm for GP.
Well, there you go, guys. A quick win for the Tigers, 2-0 over Samsung. And now we are going to come into our Jin Air versus Spenu match. Jin Air is still trying to keep themselves at number 2. Coming up next, Jin Air Green Wings, Spenu Sonic Boom, Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 1.
결승전 가자! 12명의 레전드 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 근데 레전드라고 와봤더니 레전드가 별로 없네. 어떻게 박정선 게임 못하거든요. 정서가 심장 내놔라. 예전에 가져왔던 심장을 다시 찾아오겠습니다. 멋지다 형님. 클럽에 기가 막히게 가고 홍준에서 제가 춤추는 걸 몇 번 봤는데 이게 기가 막히시더라고요. 이거 제작팀의 동반 아닙니까? 박이야. 너무 길었어 지훈이 형. 야 씨.
Hey, where'd you get that body from?
안녕하세요. 나이스게임TV 나영나. 안녕하세요. 한 주간의 롤챔스를 반성해보는 시간. 안녕하세요. 위클리 LCK의 당군입니다. 지난주에 생생한 현장 검증을 위해서 직접 제가 롤챔스 현장을 찾았습니다. 그래서 조동준 캐스터님이 저를 보시자마자 또 뭘 씹으러 왔냐? 언제 만나서 술 한잔 하자. 이런 또 얘기를 하셨는데 제 비판하는 입장에서 이 조동준 캐스터와 같이 술을 먹으면 약간 유착관계가 될 수가 있기 때문에 정중히 거절을 하도록 하겠습니다. 아무튼 제 관계를 안 잡는다 그렇게 뭐라 했더니 저를 2번이나 잡아주시더라고요. 아니 저 말고 이쁜 여자를 잡아달라고요. 이쁜 여성분은 굉장히 많던데 보니까 이 PD님이 여성분 아니십니까? 여성분이라 그런지 또 잘생긴 남자 같다고 잡아주는 것 같은데. 자, 드디어 롤챔스 스프링 오프닝이 공개가 됐습니다. 대박 퀄리티. 저도 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 현장에서 봤는데 음악과 함께 싱크도 굉장히 잘 맞고 우리 매드라이프 선수와 스코어 선수를 선두로 해서 전 선수가 이렇게 딱 역삼각형으로 멋있게 화면에 잡히는 모습은 정말 소름이 돋았습니다. 그래서 위클리 LCK 처음으로 저희가 이 오프닝을 만드신 PD분과 한번 연결을 해보도록 하겠습니다.
여보세요?
네, 안녕하세요.
네,
예, 여기 위클리 LCK입니다.
안녕하세요.
많은 선수들이 와서 촬영을 하는데 뭐 에피소드 같은 거 없었습니까?
거기가 너무 좀 추운 데였는데 제가 애들 옷을 다 벗기고 저희 촬영을 좀 오랫동안 해가지고 애들이
맞아요.
네, 너무 힘들어해가지고 미안해서 많이 못 찍었네요.
그래 많이 못 찍었구나.
네,
그죠?
좀 아쉬운 부분들이 있어요.
예, 그래도 보니까 막 선수 달리고 이러는 거 보니까 어색한 부분도 좀 있긴 있더라고요.
아, 네네.
예, 그런 부분도 이제 다음 시즌에는 좀 더 이제 다 개선이 되겠죠?
아니, 안 돼요.
개선 안 됩니까?
애들이 또,
또 그러니까. 단호하시네요. 보통 된다고 하는데
아니, 몇 년 해봤는데 안 되더라고요.
안 됩니까? 요즘 스케줄은 뭐 어떻게 되십니까?
네, 좀 쉬려고요.
쉬려고요.
네,
이거 하나 하고 쉬는 거예요?
네, 결승 준비해야지.
벌써 결승 준비를 해요?
네네.
4월인데요? 아니, 무슨, 이거 오프닝 하나 만들고 쉬시는 거예요?
저 위클리 LCK 좀 도와드릴게요.
그래요? 예, 감사합니다. 이른 시간에.
감사합니다.
네네. 이분 되게 월급 도둑이시네요? 아니, 오프닝 하나 만들고 쉬다가 결승으로 바로 가. 아니, 개꿀이네. 아니, 그럼 LCK가 스프링하고 썸머밖에 없는데 2번 하고 끝나요? 1년, 그리고 월급, 연봉 막 억대 받는 거 아니야? 그런 건 아니에요? 이분 개꿀인데? 여러분 영상 배우세요. 영상 기술 배우세요. 기술. 진짜 좀 심하네. 지난주는 그야말로 매일매일이 꿀챔스였습니다. 무려 11킬 노데스 15킬을 한 선수가 있습니다. 바로 비운의 루시안, 노데스 루시안, 뉴클리어 선수 부스 안에서 숨쉰 채로 발견되었다는 소식인데요. 그래도 뉴클리어 선수는 행복한 거예요. 여기 멀리 LCS 보면은 맨날 패배하는, 맨날 숨쉰 채 발견되는 프로겐 선수, 프로겐 선수 생각하면서 긍정적으로 생각하죠. 그 선수는 맨날 숨쉰 채로 발견됩니다. 자, 그리고 CJ가 오랜만에 승리를 거뒀습니다. 스베누를 꺾고 첫 승을 신고했는데요. 인터뷰에서 이제 존 크레머 선수와 매드라이프 선수가 인터뷰를 하는데 존 크레머 선수는 싱글벙글 좋아가지고 인터뷰 막 하는데 옆에 있는 매드라이프 선수는 표정이 밝지 않았어요. 제가 보니까 존 크레머 선수가 싱글벙글 하는데 매드라이프 선수가 약간 눈치를 주더라고요. 적당히 좋아하라고 약간. 정말로 표정이 안 좋았어요. 매드라이프 선수가. 너 지금 웃을 때 아니다, 막 이런 느낌이었어요. 스베누 지금 잡고 좋아할 때가 아니다, 이런 표정이었거든요. 아무튼 매드라이프 선수를 필두로 해서 CJ, 이제 앞으로도 더욱더 좋은 모습 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그리고 항상 유쾌한 우리 락스 타이거즈. 요즘 이 팀이 노래 부르는데 푹 빠졌다고 합니다. 특히 메인 보컬이 스맵 선수라고 하는데요. 이 락스 타이거즈가 경기를 준비하면서 노래하는 모습 준비했습니다. 많은 팬분들이 아마 100만 정도 되는 것 같아요. 그런 팬분들이 위클리 LCK 대체 언제 하냐 이런 글들이 지금 막 쇄도하고 있습니다. 그런 문의들이 쇄도하고 있어요. 이 방송은 말이죠. 롤챔스 시작하기 전에 혹은 경기가 끝난 중간중간 언제 나갈지 몰라요. 저도 몰라요. PD님 마음입니다. 그래서 경기만 보고 매정하게 다른 채널 돌리지 마시고 위클리 LCK가 언제 나올지 모르니까 항상 채널은 OGN에 고정해 주시길 바라겠습니다. 놓친 위클리 LCK는 웹상으로 인터넷상으로도 보실 수 있으니까 여러분들 많은 시청 부탁드리겠고요. 하지만 보기 위해서는 광고 15초를 기다려야 한다는 거 SNS 문자 어디 있습니까? 앞으로도 위클리 LCK 많은 사랑 부탁드리면서 맨눈으로 롤챔스의 오게티 비판거리 다 잡아내도록 하겠습니다. 여러분들 다음 주에 또 만나요.
세상에 가장 예쁜 거짓말 goodbye goodbye 가슴 찢겨도
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Welcome back to Champion Spring, and Smeb will be your MVP. Probably most of this clip will just be him ulting.
I don't know. I like the parts where he was farming off screen, which was the majority of the 28 minutes of this game.
All right.
Wait for it. Here he comes, killing those creeps. I'm gonna ult.
You know, he shoots the flare, but how does he know that that's where he should be ulting? Shouldn't you shoot the cannons where the flare is, Papa Smithy?
Solid communication. That's how you do it. And look, he's on the mini-map. Again, not involved in these fights. Must have been very hard for them to come up with a highlight package for Smeb this game.
It was great, but not for the usual reasons, but for reasons like this. His coordination there with Kuro helping out with these kills and setting up the barrels. Core JJ. And look at that follow-up from Gorilla.
Interrupting the rocket jump with headbutt pulverize. Just Gorilla things.
Very nice play. Cleanup. They all had a great game. Gorilla looked great, Kuro looked great, but Smeb, you usually don't see GP ults that freaking good over and over and over again. And that's why he gets an MVP alongside Peanut, who won it for game number 1. It will be George translating the MVP interview for us. Take it away.
All right, hello Champions fans, this is George. So today's matchup between Samsung and Rocks Tigers. Rocks Tigers were able to beat Samsung 2-0. And today's MVPs are Peanut and Smeb. Right, and here is your MVP interview. First of all, for Peanut, I know you guys have won 5 consecutive wins. How do you feel? I'm really happy because we are first ranked, and I'm really also happy because we won today as well. I know you guys are undefeated. I know you have the highest points in MVP points. Whenever we win, I always have the confidence to play very well. So I always think about getting the MVP. I've the confidence that I will always get the MVP when we win. Yeah, when I actually asked you if you felt like you were gonna get the MVP, you said yes. Yes, I have the confidence since yesterday. Feels like he's very confident these days.
He's always been confident.
Yep. I know he actually played a very important role in the first set. Was there? Did you think about it? Because I didn't have a ward at the point, so I just asked my team members, and then I just I just killed this dragon by myself. I know a lot of people are saying that Peanut is playing very well physically. I really weren't in my best condition, so I didn't play very well. But I guess there's no way, but you just have to just practice well, and then you just have to shoot the web very well. Just practice a lot and just be confident when you shoot the web. So next game, you guys are going to be playing Freaka, and if you guys beat them, it'll be your sixth consecutive win. How do you feel? I know Samsung. I know we beat Samsung, so I'm really happy. So I think it feels like we're gonna beat Freaka very easily. All right. Lastly, say something to the fans for the fans, please. Thank you for cheering for me. I know. Please cheer for us, even if we're in the slump, or if we make a mistake and lose at one point of the season. All right, that was it for Peanut. Next would be Smeb. I know you play Gangplank. How do you feel about getting the MVP? Gangplank is one of my favorite champions. I just enjoyed playing him. Thank you for giving me the MVP. Last game against KT, Kuro played it. I know you play very well this game. So how do you feel? Kuro can't play Gangplank very well. So I just wanted to show him off with my Gangplank.
No flex pick Gangplank for the Rocks Tigers, apparently.
It's nice. Reveal your strategies.
So he really enjoyed playing Gangplank, and he felt like he was getting the Gangplank. So on the second set, they were thinking of picking Ari, but I heard you guys actually said no to that. Kuro said Kuro is really bad at playing Ari, so we just said just play other champions, so because he can't really play Ari well. I heard Gorilla helped Duke play solo ranked really late last night. I actually slept very well early yesterday, so I don't know, but so I know Gorilla isn't very well in solo rank, but I guess he played very late last night. I know SKT, KT, and Rocks are the three big team, or the strongest team. So is there a reason? How do you feel about it? I have no. I just really like the big three. You guys calling it the big three teams. I know you. I know a lot of people are saying that Rocks Tigers might actually win the championship this year. So how do you feel? I know today we had a really hard time. It was like a zombie. We were all like a zombie playing the game. So I know we passed all the really very hard games. So now I think I'm very confident. It feels like 2-0 win was a very easy win. So how do you feel? What's your mindset from now on? I know we played against the very good team, but now we actually won all the games. So hopefully we get all the we win. We be the undefeated team of the season. All right, congratulations for the Rocks Tigers and the MVPs. That was it for the MVP interview. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, George. They do have to be careful because SKT did get Jin Aired, and they haven't played Jin Air yet. So there still is that one outstanding opponent who has shown to be capable of some pretty impressive upsets this season.
Yeah, Jin Air could be that trap match to stop the Rocks Tigers from going undefeated, at least in the first half of the round robin.
Yeah, but speaking of Jin Air, let's get into our next match right now. Will be Jin Air versus Spenu Sonic Boom. Jin Air trying to keep their streak alive. They won 4 in a row right now after dropping their very first match of the season against Longzhou. They've 2-0'd SK Telecom during that time. They've had some very interesting strategies, and really it's been about Trace.
I mean, that's the thing. In that match they did lose to Longzhou, they actually tried So-1 out in the second game after we saw the Medjai's Lulu come through from Trace. But yeah, as you mentioned, Trace, only one repeat champion, the Graves, both those games in their match against SKT. And since then, innovating picks left, right, and center.
And we will see Trace again tonight alongside their normal starting roster of Winged, Kuzan, Pilot, and Che. We mentioned this in the first series, but behind the Ku Tigers, or the Rocks Tigers rather, we have Jin Air as number 2 in gold differential at 15 minutes at plus 692. So they've been getting very early leads, atypical of Jin Air if we think about them last year and their more slow defensive style with GBM and Trace. They flipped it around. Trace has revealed a very large champion pool this season.
That said, their ability to decisively end games has kind of wavered. They've had good series, they've had poor series when it comes to actually finishing the games, but you're right, the early game has certainly been very good for them, and this man on your screen is the one who's getting all the superlatives. He's the highest ranked player in terms of MVP points, and we'll have to see if he has another new champion, because 9 already is quite a hard bar to keep going.
Yeah, 9 in 11 games. That's a huge, I mean, for example, sometimes it's impressive if we see 13 champions from a player in a season.
In a season, yeah.
And in the first 11 games, we've already seen 9. So very impressive stuff from Trace. Spenu Sonic Boom still looking for their first win. They came off an 0-2 loss to Africa and a 1-2 loss to EM Fire. They just haven't been able to get a lot of traction. Nuclear is a standout player, probably been doing the best on his team this season.
Flawless is definitely adjusting to champions slower than we might have expected, given the high expectations for this mechanically skilled jungler that joined this squad. And the thing that really gets me about Spenu is that honestly a lot of their drafts have been pretty astute. It's just they'll draft a siege comp and then they'll opt into team fights and lose them, and they'll play the siege comp well for maybe 20 minutes of a game, and then just suddenly it all falls apart.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that right now they should really shy away from some of these poke compositions because they don't seem to be able to actually close out games when they use them. Jin Air second right now, Spenu in 10th place.
4 matches, 4 losses for Spenu, notably against EM Fire as well, but yeah, 2 losses to Longzhou, and they've only dropped 1 game out of the previous 9.
Yeah, now, again, Jin Air has had, besides SKT, a pretty soft run. When we talk about the big 3, they are not included in spite of their record because they still have to go against KT and Tigers to prove themselves.
Spenu, win against CJ, win against EM Fire, the 2 teams you would have ranked the lowest in the preseason power rankings. Now that only falls to Spenu.
Yeah, they really have struggled, and they should have won that series against CJ. Also had a kind of a 2-0 lined up there, and then
look at the
drop the ball.
The top lane tells the story. 8.4 KDA for Trace. Soul, Saw, not much difference between the two in terms of characters in their name or performance, unfortunately.
It just hasn't been there. Soul is starting tonight. Seen a little bit more of Soar, actually, this season, but instead going to try something new versus Trace. And does Trace have any more wild and wacky picks up his sleeve?
He promised us that he did. We haven't seen the top lane Misfortune, but he tried to assure us that was only a 5.24 plan. What else could he possibly have? Because the Graves he hasn't returned to. Maybe he'll return to one of the old favorites. Hopefully not the Gnar.
No, yeah. Didn't bring that up. Yes, Jin Air did 2-0 CJ, but his Gnar was not impressive in game number 2.
Didn't get any MVP points for the 0-3-5 Gnar versus Maokai score.
They intentionally picked into that counter matchup too, and he still really struggled.
Even gods have their off days, Monty.
It's surprising that Trace is a god in the first place, but you can't argue with how he's been doing this season. So instrumental with his top lane Graves, his Ignite Quinn play out of the top lane.
I want to see more Ignite top lanes. That's what I really want. Make Flame feel extra bad on the bench for Longzhu.
Well, Papa Smith, it will only be the Quinn with the Ignite. Anything else is a bit too much of a risk. Janair not going to first pick the Corki, it would seem, and Victor for Kuzan is going to be the instant ban from Spenu.
Victor for Kuzan sounds like a movie. But Kuzan himself has been playing almost exclusively the Victor. 4-1, 11.3 KDA. It's by far been the most common pick. And when you think of Victor, you usually think of top lane carries, and that's the crazy place Janair find themselves in. Pick that solid wave clear for Trace to pick picks like the Gangplank that we saw last series, where honestly, outscale with Gangplank. It worked for Rocks Tigers in the last game, albeit in different circumstances, but worked equally well for Janair 2 days ago.
And with the Rek'Sai out, the Elise looking increasingly attractive. But these are the games for Smitty that I look forward to, Papa Smithy. The red side games where Sasin has a counter pick. Always interesting to see which champions he is going to bring out. And the Quinn banned against Trace. So GP is available. And in the absence of GBM, we had this question answered last time. Can Trace play this GP? Yes. Yes, he can.
Of course, no guarantee that if they do pick the GP, it won't go over to Kuzan now that Victor's off the board. You need wave clear in other lanes to make up for Gangplank's time for scaling. And they actually, all in all, take the Kalista with the first pick, which does give up Gangplank, and of course the choice of junglers now that Rek'Sai and Lee Sin have been banned away. Lee Sin, Flawless still drawing those Lee Sin bans. His Elise play has been super underwhelming in the start of the season though, so needs to pick up on what is very much a meta jungler.
Yeah, they seem like they're trying to control Winged here, but Winged's a sort of fallback jungler has been Lee Sin himself. So banning it out and then seeing the Rek'Sai ban immediately afterwards, Winged is going to have to come up with something new, and the Alistar still available, giving Janair probably the most powerful bottom lane in the game right now. May not be ideal. They are going to take the Alistar instead of the GP. I think that's a good call.
Yeah, both teams flashed the Gangplank, but didn't lock it in, so could even escape the picks and bans. It's happened a couple of times this season.
What happened in game number 1 tonight?
Yeah, there you go. So
when we saw Rox and Samsung completely ignore that pick.
It's weird because the two champions have been right up the top have been Ryze and Gangplank, and Ryze has been struggling to pick up wins, has picked up a couple, but definitely isn't near 100% win rate or anything like that, and Gangplank himself has fallen in priority today, is taken in the second round.
Yeah, setting up some strong zoning too with the Trundle and GP. Very good in tight corridors. Able to set up for a lot of AoE damage if you use their zoning tools properly in the Pillar of Ice and the barrels. Now we have more than likely what will be a Lucian pick for Nuclear. That does seem to be the obvious selection in this situation.
Last time we saw Nuclear, or at least recently, Nuclear of course had that famous 11 kill loss in one of his most recent series. That was one of the most painful losses I'm sure any player has put together. A stat line to be impressed of.
That was their EM Fire series, I believe, and that one really
stung.
Yeah, it was hard because on an individual level he does well. Now they're going to try and build around him, but that is probably a top lane Lulu knowing Sasin.
You're right. There's the outside chance that's mid lane, but we're all hoping for the Vel'Koz or something crazy.
Vel'Koz would be absolutely great here, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that pick for quite some time. Winged could default to the Graves. We did see the Graves GP combination used in our last game as the Tigers relied more on the Graves for the wave clear to keep their turrets up in the mid game.
Maybe it's Operation Kill Lucian, another Nocturne hover at least, but the Graves is certainly the more reliable of the choice, and has his suite of burst as well, and suddenly you have to say, though, we're still not 100% sure on the lane assignments. It is Gangplank and Lissandra.
It's almost certainly top lane GP and mid Lissandra, just because Kuzan is a Lissandra player, and GP as we've seen since GBM left, has been very good in Trace's hands. So I think that is pretty likely. He's Sassen right there on your screen, bobbing his head at the Vel'Koz, of course, his pocket pick. We've seen him impressed with it on many occasions. I don't think he wants to play Azir, but if they really want to peel, they could take the Lux and do the Lux-Lucian combo. Or they could go for more damage with the Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia's lane matchup, all-ins excluded, is pretty good. Or they could just, of course, flex the Lulu. They have a lot of different options. Looks like they're undecided, given they've been hovering around. It will, in fact, be the mid lane Lulu. Not much kill pressure for that Lissandra on the Lulu. And top lane Poppy, and we just saw a series where top lane Gangplank had to deal with Poppy and Elise, but crucially we didn't see the turret dives result from it. There is definitely potential for Spenu to set Gangplank behind, and that's not just from lane swaps, but just in terms of diving that turret and killing the low health, full damage Gangplank.
They're going to take the TP on Lulu, of course, so TPs for both mid laners.
TPs for everyone.
Yeah, TPs galore in this game. I have to say, I'm a bit surprised. This is not normally what we see from a Spenu red side draft. They so heavily value this Austin counter pick. If it was blue side, I wouldn't be too surprised, but saving that Lulu for the mid lane is a way that Spenu kind of loses the advantage of Sassen's rather bizarre yet effective champion pool.
Effective in lane usually,
Yes.
not so much in winning the game, unfortunately.
Very true. Strong composition nonetheless from Spenu. They have 3 knockups with the Poppy, Lulu, and Alistar combo, so if they start getting into some late game team fights, Nuclear is going to have a lot of time to put down the damage.
But there's 4 damage threats and a Trundle to shred people, so taking down 1 is not enough if you're Spenu.
They got to get those big multi-man knockups. Meantime, Jinair, a large burst potential, especially in that mid lane. Graves and Lissandra on the roam could be quite deadly. Now we get into it. First game, Jinair versus Spenu. Game 1 here. Spenu on the hunt for their first win of the season. Jinair looking to move to 5-1 and cement their second place behind the Tigers after a surprisingly strong start.
I think anyone would have tipped Jinair as one of the contenders for at least the first round top place, but only behind the Rocks Tigers are they coming into this particular game.
Now, we do expect that to normalize a little bit as they have to play against contenders like KT and the Tigers themselves, but for the moment, they've been doing a good job. And sure, they looked a little bit shaky against Africa, but earlier this week against CJ, they had some really nice games of League of Legends, particularly that game number 1 was very one-sided, and Jinair did a great job of playing to their win conditions and closing.
Jinair in general are looking to shed the things you just mentioned. They were always talked about as a team that struggled to close out games and struggled to play to their win conditions, and in general were known as the Robin Hood of champions just because they would steal games from the top teams and then lose in games like this. So you might say, okay, GBM's gone, Chase is gone, maybe the roster's changed, but they're still fighting against the weight of many years of disappointment for their fans.
Yeah, but they've started to turn it around. Of course, that process began towards the end of 2014 with the Jinair Stelts, where it looked like they might actually have a confident roster coming in, and it's continued even though they had to go through a rebuilding and 2 of their kind of most important positions, losing Chaser and GBM. They've managed to come back, and Trace has really picked up the slack as we see a lot of trading at level 2 here, and Secret has to burn the flash and the heal early, so big miscalculation. Looks like a little bit of a surprise level 2 there. Not sure what started that, but Secret and Nuclear should know better.
We can never use words like surprise when both laners came in late after taking a camp. Just
very big mistake.
Miscalculation is the only thing we can really say, and you're right. Now have to pop those potions, but Pilot himself needs to auto attack to get the health back. talked about this matchup the last time we saw Gangplank versus Poppy. One of the issues here for Poppy is that this is one of those weird lanes where Gangplank so often against a ranged champion, so often having to sit back and take harass and pick up CS where he can actually take a fairly lane-dominant role against the fellow melee laner in Poppy.
Yeah, really worked out quite well last time. Those favorable trades with the passive and his ability to force Poppy into occasionally melee range, although you can attempt to farm up pretty significantly with just the waiting for your ranged auto attack to come through.
And also returning to what you just said, you used the word trades. One of the reasons the trades go so well for the current iteration of top lane Gangplank is they take Grasp of the Undying that was on full display. So because Parlay is always counted as an auto attack, you do get 3% of your max health every time you're able to proc that ability just from range with the Parlay. And often we see these players now with the precision nerf, especially on patch 6.1, deep in that middle tree, you're able to go for... Oh, Sassen might be caught.
Uh-oh, there's the smoke screen going down. Wing's going to hop over the wall, and now Sassen is on the run through the enemy jungle. Wing coming there with the end of the line.
Callista's coming too.
Yeah, Callista making her way up. There's the Q. Ren just for the slow, and Jay gonna force the flash, and Kuzan comes in with the W. Can they get it? Kuzan getting low himself. Flawless going to fall in the enemy jungle, and that's 2 early kills for Jin Air as they collapse as 4 and they zone out Sassen. So a little bit of a tricky angle coming in from Winged, and he manages to corral 2 members of Spenu in for kills.
Yeah, didn't even catch Flawless and I guess Winged battling on the backside, but the result is 2 quick kills. And whenever the team that has the top lane scaler gets these little advantages, you worry, just like we did last year. Trace is looking for the kill. Doesn't
Yeah.
quite have the damage.
Flash for flash.
Do,
But
do,
does
do.
Winged have the damage? He's coming in. There we go. Cocoon, though, onto the knockback, and now Winged is in a whole world of hurt. He's going to be burning down slowly from that Gromp bump, and there's the execute. Over pursuit. Bit cocky there, but we still got some players coming in. Kuzan following the claw. Trace trying to bait him into barrel range after placing one in the tri-brush, but it's not going to work.
What an incredibly bloody start. So many fights now across the map. Good roaming coming through from Kuzan. As you mentioned, just too overzealous was Wing, doing his best Peanut impression.
Well, there just wasn't the follow-up. I think once you blow that flash, you're pretty happy, especially since there's always that opportunity to come in and try and get some counter-jungling done. Flawless there does eat a proc of the GP passive on the auto.
Thunderlords,
yeah,
side of Flawless as well.
Yeah, not to pursue it, especially because Winged was back up, and in that top side could well have been coming. Jay going to get some deep wards in and delay Secret's return over to his lane.
Just to return to that small point about masteries for Gangplank, the current thinking is with precision being nerfed on 6.1, go for Bandit, which is on the same level of the mastery tree, and with that ranged auto attack you get 3% of your max health and also some gold as well. So
it's nice, just reviving that Gangplank.
Yeah.
Take it where you can.
The Cull buff's coming soon.
Uh-oh, Soul used his heroic charge right there and actually didn't hit anything. He's going to ult out this Graves, but he has no mana. Is going to live through that, but cocky little engage right there nearly cost him his life.
But the note button onto Graves was enough.
Enough to buy Gangplank some more time free farming in the lane, I think you mean, Papa Smithy.
As I said, Cull buff next patch. It's coming. Gangplank's your favorite champion from memory too.
I liked Follow Bear too, but yes, GP is great. But yes. I liked pre-rework Gangplank.
You liked clunky pre-rework Gangplank?
I did.
Stopping as he shot his gun in the air to get a bit of movement speed and attack speed.
Yep. It was great.
Remember you losing your stuff when Impact picked up his Tankplank Penta?
It was great, although I don't like Tankplank. It was all about the Gangplank. How many gold per 10 items could you get? And sit there farming up a storm until you got to the late
Did you
game.
justify Cage's pick to yourself on Gangplank? You're like, ooh, more heal.
I justified many things. Also, Lich Bane sometimes.
Oh boy.
No one expects the huge orange shield, Papa Smithy.
They don't. You're right. That's the one time Gangplank could initiate when his ult was down. You just soak damage and then heal.
You just eat all the CC and then eat some oranges.
The
and-
Mundo approach.
Yeah, exactly.
With less CC.
Yeah, with less CC.
Slane and Nuclear's actually been able to pull back what was looking like a really bad level 1, level 2 trade. So it's actually pretty even in the bot side, and overall pretty even in all maps between Jin Air and Spenu.
Yes, except for that little spat at the beginning of the game. Everything's sort of returning to normal, and going back to that in the invasion into the jungle, I mean, Sasa didn't want to go there, but frankly, Flawless, that's another misplay that he's had in terms of knowing where he can be places, because he had a bottom lane with only 2 summoners at that time, and they were pressed up, and he still tries to walk in to save Sasa. Like, you just have to let Sasa die at that point. You can't just feed more kills as they collapse, and there was virtually nothing that Nuclear and Secret could do in that particular situation. And as a jungler, you have to be hyper aware of the cooldown timers of your team and the enemy team, and really was not on the ball.
I think you need to, on a more macro level, be in sync with your team, and that's, honestly, it reminds me of Peanut last season, when we saw Peanut majority of the time with Najin. Excellent mechanics, that was always clear, but clearly was on a different wavelength to his team, and Flawless has been caught on solo missions, so either he's not internalizing information that's being passed over to him by his teammates, or the communication between players is not where it needs to be for this squad to function.
Possibly both.
Fair point. When you lose to EM Fire, probably both.
Yeah.
Although SKT almost lost to EM Fire as well, I guess.
That's true. EM Fire actually is surprising. They started out looking a little awkward with that top lane Nautilus, but they've actually been slowly putting it together. Still certainly a match to miss. The SKT versus EM Fire games, if you haven't seen it, then don't bother, really. They were not very good games.
Open up the VOD, then close it.
Yep.
And you can feel cathartic about that. We appreciate your imprint, but don't watch the game.
Soul here with another disengage. Trace is going to ult him right there. Forces the flash. Trace retains his. Here comes Flawless, and they're going to try and get in here. And there's a TP coming right back around, but Kuzan already here. That'll force a cancel from Sasin. And Spenu playing very reactively to that series of events. Kuzan actually did TP into the top side.
Sasin does get free damage out of it all, so because the teleport was fully channeled.
Oh yes, Papa Smithy, but not very much free damage.
He holds
1/5 of a tower.
I guess he cancelled his summoner, so maybe he has a bit of time on the teleport. Okay, I'm grasping for straws here.
You
Monty.
are. Stop justifying it.
It was great.
It
Wonderful
was done,
play
it
from
was done.
Spenu. Another in the long line of excellent plays from Spenu this season. Anyone could win this series, Monty. Anyone named Jin Air.
That's right. Well, we would have said that about EM Fire too, and they actually were insanely close to beating SK Telecom.
It's exciting for a new squad. I mean, Spenu themselves were on full display last season, just no hopers for a lot of the season, then picked up their first win. EM Fire so much accelerated with arguably less to work with, both in preparation time, squad coming together, everything.
Yeah, we thought that Flawless would be the missing link here for Spenu.
We said he's been the problem, man.
Yeah, he really has been. And he's not playing the level we saw him at the Kespa Cup. So here we go. Kuzan there to defend his pink ward. And Trace still just farming up quite happily in the top side. We saw them play this way against CJ. And people might think that, why is he doing this? You know, they do have advantages. He could be TPing right now. We saw a lot of aggressive ult usage out of Smeb, but Jin Air, they played out the GP advantage extremely well against CJ, and they just are very patient to wait for their power spikes and to make the move, and not a second sooner.
And that's the thing, when you have a comp like this, you're not on the clock, the enemy is. So the more time you give Trace to pile together free farm, if you're trading CS as Poppy against Gangplank, you're just latently losing the game, that's the thing. So Jin Air's in no rush. And we're looking for the plays like we see on the mini-map. We're looking for Flawless to punish the Gangplank top pick. But things like Kuzan cheating out of lane and just Winged being in the right spot has meant that Trace has had a largely uninterrupted farming phase. And whether it's Someday, whether it's Smeb, whoever's playing this top lane gangplank, Trace himself, give him that time and then wait for those late game team fights. The fireworks will come.
Yeah, where are you going to make the play right now if you're Spenu? You have to make plays in the top side. You don't have TP in mid. You don't have TP in top lane. And if you try and do it anywhere else, the double globals are going to hit you, the GP ult and the GP if he decides to come down too, with the use of the teleport. So it's a very transparent game plan from Spenu until they actually get their summoners back up.
Same story from Jeanette. Very transparent, buy time for Gangplank. That's why they went for this Lissandra mid pick. There was always the outside chance of it being a flex pick, but realistically, we knew that it was going to be Gangplank top, and it's just Victor off the board, strong wave clear for Gangplank to farm.
Well, I really like the GP Lissandra synergy too, because when you set up some of these engages, you can have Kuzan just go in and ult himself, and that sets up these massive barrel combos that can just erupt and deal a huge amount of damage to multiple members of the enemy team as they're slowed. Same thing with the Trundle Pillar. You can squeeze people between an ulting Lissandra and a Trundle Pillar just to maximize the number of people that you hit with the barrels. It could be quite scary if Jin Air plays it properly.
Think of it about it another way. It's the scaling late game hyper carry in the top, and then the mid game spike from Lissandra. Notice no Rod of Ages being picked up here, looking for an earlier power spike. Kallista's a 2-item carry as well, largely. So you're varying your power spikes. You've got the late game insurance. It's a smart draft from Jeanette.
Yeah, maybe the one issue is, had they been up against a poke composition with an earlier power spike, they may have had some issues, of course, before Kallista picks up the Hurricane and Lissandra with a relatively short-range wave clear, but that hasn't happened. So unless Spenu can put together some very aggressive sieges and make it work, it's not really going to be there. Soul and Flawless now waiting with a pink ward in the brush, but that is going to be shut down there as Trace sniffs him out with his blue trinket.
Ah yes, the kill Trace plan. Such a low percentage thing, something that you didn't need to do in previous seasons, but when he's putting on the numbers like he is, and then you bring in his natural ability to dodge ganks left, right, and center, results seem pretty impressive.
It's amazing to me that he's been able to play more aggressively this season while maintaining that same level of awareness. And that really is reflected in his KDA, where it's the highest in the league for a reason. He's just so difficult to get an angle on. He always seems to know where the enemy jungler is or have a sense of when the gank is going to be coming and back off and just farm safely accordingly.
That's why you return to the champion pool that got him that reputation. Maokai, Gnar, Malphite, Rumble. These are champions that can just sit back, that don't really scale with items, that don't necessarily need a lot of farm. He was a low econ top laner. Now he's playing high econ champions. Gangplank's the biggest embodiment of that idea, and yet picking up the farm and not dying. He's having it all at once, having his cake and eating it.
I just don't think this can last, Papa Smithy. It weirds me out, honestly.
You bugging out over there, my team?
I am about Jin Air. It's a very different team than we're used to seeing, and Trace a very different style of top laner this season, but it's certainly working. But who could have expected this? Who could have predicted this at the start?
Lab playing used to be a rare delight. Now it's just the norm.
Well, it wasn't that rare. They won more than 50% of the time.
They didn't win 4 in a row that often.
That's true.
Let's keep pushing, playing smartly again, buying time for this Gangplank. Already Trinity Force, as we mentioned in the previous series as we saw a Gangplank come out from Smeb, it was Trinity Force, Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, and Swiftness Boots at 25 minutes.
Yeah, just huge amounts of damage built quite quickly, and there's the Dragon Secure, courtesy of Pilot's Callista. Trace still just sitting next to his turret, farming up. No TP from Soul, as he had to come back into lane after another failed attempt at a gank. Just not a lot of turret damage going down, and it's been a slow one to this point. Spenu not turning on the heat, really, and after those 3 kills in the first opening minutes of this game, now it's turned back and just been a lot about putting the pressure down and getting the farm and picking up that first dragon.
It's one of those games where you're watching, you're like, okay, gold lead, nope, not really there. Kills, nope, not many of those after a bit of action early. You fall in that trap of thinking, well, it's all even, but
Stop.
Even when you have Gangplank top, is actually winning.
Even is winning.
Even is winning. It sounds like an adage in Korea when they try and translate it.
You're absolutely correct. In this circumstance, however, Trace starting to take a little bit of the hurt now that Soul has finished up his Iceborne Gauntlet.
Oh boy.
And Flawless going to face check the brush, and he's going to rappel straight onto Kuzan's head. And that will be an attempt at a kill. Flawless has to flash over the wall. Secret now they're joining up, but there's the finisher, Kuzan, with the ultimate. Wild Growth was used very early in that play, so Kuzan finds the extra damage after flashing the wall for the follow-up.
Actually a bit of a mistake mechanically from Winged, because he didn't actually allow Flawless to walk into the wall. He tried to just shoot the buckshot down along corridor, so much less chance to get the backside damage, which is where the majority of the burst comes through. If he had just moved slightly, it would have been much easier and quicker to secure a kill, but result doesn't really matter. Still got the kill.
Still got it.
Still got that kill. Gangplank's piling on the items, doing his thing.
Jeez.
It's not looking like he's going to hit it all at 25 minutes, though, so Spenu has something going for them.
Well, they didn't have exactly the same style of early game where Trace got a little bit more fed, as he has in times past. Kuzan will get the blue buff transferred over. It's probably our slowest game of the day. It's just all about this farming.
I mean, comparing speed of games to Rox Tigers games is a bit unfair.
That's true.
Yeah.
But Generic, we talked about their early lead, and they haven't recently had as many troubles when it comes to closing. Even when Trace had that off game in game 2 against CJ, they did a pretty good job of it.
And yeah, as the result of these sad, slow games, Rift Herald leaves. He's gone. He's had enough.
He got bored of not dying.
It's true, he hasn't been killed this game. There was like 3 or 4 Rift Herald kills in the previous game.
Yeah, lots of them going down before 20 minutes. Samsung really liking to pick up that objective. Nuclear here taking some hot shots. Does have to use his ults to prevent Che and Pilot from trying to take advantage of him as he got caught a little bit out of position by that pillar.
One difference you can see in Elise builds is that Flawless has really been looking at picking up this Runic Echo on Elise. And I just feel like with the chains, Runeglaive made a lot of sense because it was extra burst, and it does agree to some sense also apply to Elise that with the Luden's Echo style proc, but I just feel it doesn't itemize as naturally for Elise, and Cinderhulk just seems like the better choice right now.
I would normally agree with you, but I think in this particular composition that they're running, they are
Extra
concerned
damage?
about the damage in the
Okay.
late game. I mean, you have the Poppy and the Alistair already, and Elise is going to be building into the Randuin's Omen anyway right now, so that you will get the extra tankiness, but I think that it's not ideal, but under these circumstances, it might be the best pickup.
And I guess I'm only pointing out because it's always been this Runic Echo for him. We've seen about 3 or 4 games, and he's built it every time. I agree as an option, and now that you mention it with the comp, it's probably not a bad choice, but I think Cinderhulk should be the norm in the majority of the time.
Nuclear here comes the dive. They're going to toss out this Trundle, and they're going to knock him back. Kuzan comes through. Jay now on the run. Sawson wants to pick up this kill, and they have gone too far. Spenu reacts with a TP, and 4 summoners out of their bottom lane to take the kill. Flawless now retreating to mid just to try and make sure they don't take too much damage from their mid lane. Trace actually didn't use his ult right there either.
Look at his health bar. He's actually falling low. He's worried about a turret guy from Poppy, so he didn't feel like he was in a position to ult in a utility sense. He punished a little bit, but still equal in farm with the Poppy.
Yeah, still equal in gold. 2 even after that first turret of the game goes down, and they're trying to find this opportunity to take out the mid lane turret, so Jinair will get it. And then quickly back off. Soul playing much more aggressively now that he has that gauntlet in the lane and able to trade Essence Reaver second for Trace.
Teleports into lane, so there is teleport advantage for Poppy. Poppy does have a really strong teleport gank with a suite of CC, has a knock up, has a knockback, has the stun against the wall, so maybe they can make a play around that.
Yeah, Kuzan does have a TP advantage in the mid lane though, so likely they'd have to try and make that play mid or top. Doesn't really lend itself to trying to go into this long lane right now and contest this Kalista. Sasson doing whatever he can to chip this out and try and take out this mid lane turret, but he's not really going to get a whole lot. Will we see Kalista come topside to deal with Spenu's dual lane that is attempting? Ooh. And there you go, just a little bit of damage, but he's going to get knocked into the wall immediately. Trace, now on the run, has to flash to escape the headbutt pulverized combo, so a little bit too clever for his own good in that gank. Thought he could get some damage, ends up losing a summoner.
Could see 5-man action up the top, but see Spenu try and back away. Dragon is live throughout all this, so Jin could have just sent their dual lane to pick that objective up, but just like the last game, Dragon priority, only 1 in 23 minutes, not been massive.
No, not at all. It's been a really slow Dragon game. We saw 2 in 12 minutes in our last one, but again, that was a result of Samsung's preferable early lane swap. And Flawless now taking out the pink board. They want to start thinking about this objective, but with Winged strolling through the mid lane and making himself known. Not going to be so bold. Trace has to deal with this very long lane right now.
As pink ward is a backup, and Jin are going to try and force down their second dragon. Looks like it's going to be uncontested. Spenu looking to opt into this top lane turret as a trade, but going to be slowed down by the gangplank ult.
Yep, just used defensively. Clear up that wave, make sure that there is no trade for Spenu Sonic Boom, and then GP right back to working away on the turret. Poppy not there to really stop him right now as the wave set up very preferentially. He's going to get a whole lot of money with that parlay barrel combo and trying to deal a little bit more damage to Soul while he's at it.
See, Soul is definitely not wanting to tangle. Of course, I think he spotted Winged and Che coming through the river. Turret trade, so overall objectives, Dragon and turret versus just the turret. Means that Jin Air come out slightly ahead.
They do have to respond to this now. Hurricane is done, so Pilot is here with the better wave clear.
Definitely team fight ready. Play the Ruin King, Hurricane, 2 items, soon to be 3 item gangplank. Seems like that early farming phase is largely over, and I'm impatient for the fight phase.
Yeah, we're nearly there, Papa Smithy.
Okay.
It's 25 minutes. You see this GP? He's getting going. So we will be heading into some more fights here. But Jin Air has really had it their way this game. And they've controlled the pace. They've got that mid turret still up in their favor. Just generally more control of the map, even though they haven't been venturing too far in for the deep wards.
The point that we bring up every time we do see this gangplank is that if you somehow, despite his weak laning phase, find yourself controlling objectives with gangplank on your team, so much easier to set up those barrels defensively around 5th dragon or even the 4th dragon, which is going to be coming up in about 12 minutes time if the next one's taken off spawn. If you can set up your barrels around objectives, they can keep these pink wards around these objectives going. It's going to be fireworks specifically from the game.
That's what it has to be. The Trundle too. I'm really dying to see some of these Trundle Lissandra combinations in conjunction with the barrels, because they should be quite good if they can set up the team fights properly and use their zoning tools to funnel people into a choke, because you basically have 2 pieces of terrain that you can crush people between and then get the big barrel shots off.
But apparently we need level 16 3-item gangplank before we're allowed anything like that.
I guess we do. Trace just a little bit more, guys. Let me go take the Grump. It's okay. It's one of those players.
Yeah.
He refuses to fight. It's always 300 gold from his next item. Can't possibly engage until then.
We've all been there. Solo Q 101.
Meanwhile, his teammates are just desperately holding onto the turrets while this happens. Pilot just has to sit there clearing waves until Trace decides that it's actually acceptable for him to take an engagement.
He's also the eldest member of the team, so he probably has the biggest say on what happens.
All right, TV coming in from behind right now. That's going to be a Lysandra flank, and here comes Kuzan zipping in, and there's the GP ultimate already going down. They're going to lock people up with a Lysandra ult. Kuzan falls low, is whimsied though, and they just don't have the next damage yet. Che is going to be next in. They're going to flash forward with Winged to pick up a kill, and Soul on the run, but it was a good engage from Jin here, but there just wasn't the follow-up damage immediately. It's like the GP ults and the Lysandra ult got a little bit ahead of the rest of the composition.
Specifically, the barrels didn't really register. There was no real big barrel play. In the end, Trace went for a parlay on just the fleeting poppy rather than trying to pull off the barrels. Couldn't get the links going, and the result is a turret, but it could have been so much more for Jin.
Oh yeah, could have been an inhibitor right there if they had taken one or two more people. As the idea itself was solid, and look at that ultimate, but Secret legit does a good job of stopping Trace from entering that fight, and honestly Secret probably saved that for them.
Nuclear was really smart. He actually changed aggro to one of the barrels as the link was going to be started, and the result is that the Trace, who has all the gold on this team because of just the natural parlay and the gold income from Bandit, wasn't able to really use his kit to its utmost use. Fairly even stuff then, but what's next for Spenu though? Because we've really been focusing on what Jin Air need to do. Have Spenu already lost their window? Is there a way for them to come back into this game?
Well, they do have the superior poke right now. They can't just use this culling to try and soften up their targets, and Nuclear will get the turret, so at least they've got that going for it. Pilot is out of position and low, and he's just going to die flawless with the damage. Now Winged in trouble on the side, knocked up, and he's still alive actually, has the spell shield there from the ball, and he's going to live. Kuzan now try and turn this around. Soul underneath the turret taking a shot, a two-shot, and Secret not going to have the HP to survive. Meanwhile, Trace easily cleans up Soul, who got himself caught under the turret, so 3 for 1. Certainly Pilot out of position, but they followed that way too deep.
The crazy thing about Gangplank is this time someone getting caught actually allowed him to set up, get the right ult, get the right barrels, and win the fight. They get 3 kills after losing their AD carry for free, basically. Couldn't use Fate's Call, couldn't use anything, still had Flash available. They're trying Baron. Right now they have a lot of damage, and Sassen is very out of position.
Wow, and that QSS small combination really saved Winged in that last teapot. I thought he was dead to rights, but he managed to slip out and continuously deal damage after finding himself a couple members of Spenu in a choke point that he could make quick work of.
It's not the full tank build this time, but it's close to it. Pickaxe the only outlier in this situation. Looks like Spenu are going to pick up their first dragon, which of course means a lot to pick up those 6% stats, but as an answer to Baron, it's not massive.
Oh, Trace not going to get the dragon, but he is going to get on top of Flawless, and he is just going to shoot him right in the thorax.
How could you see that so well from this angle?
It's where you shoot spiders. It's their weak point. Please don't try and shoot spiders at home. That's not a good use of weaponry.
Of large explosive barrels. And the push is so quick. This is a double AD we're talking about. That's what Graves brings. But Sinner's tankiness with Sinner's damage. And we see that inhibitor go down.
I like how they get inhibitor in mid lane before they get top tier 1 in this game.
Just top lane Gangplank things. They were just like, I'm going to backdoor this inner. Oh, we don't have the outer turret yet. Awkward.
It's all right. Trace is prepping. He's sitting there waiting for the rotation between mid and the top lane with his buddy Trundle. Trace is lurking. He's going to take about half of Secret's HP off immediately.
We still had ult, so slightly better position than most.
All right, he's backed off. It's time for number 2. Oh, Soul. There's another half HP of somebody gone, and the tricks from Jin Air keep on coming. No defense going to be really possible here from Spenu. Now with Trace doing these shenanigans.
Oh.
Nice barrel chain onto Nuclear.
Ults are back up. Risky to engage. They don't have the minion pushing into the mid lane, so Jin is going to back away.
Falling quite a bit back right now, but they've done a whole lot of work with this Baron. No need to push it any further than they have to. Go methodically take out the rest of the map right now. Moving down to clear out the bottom side and make a play onto the final tier 2 turret.
In this game, which is unique from a Spenu standpoint, and that we don't have, as you mentioned, on the red side, Sassen on some tricky champion. Lulu's been fine, but just been wave clear from Lulu, and without some sort of pressure advantage, without some sort of dueling advantage, Spenu just seems to be watching as Jin Air fulfill their win conditions and, as we expected, outscale into the late game.
Well, they just didn't have an answer to the top lane GP and how they were going to shut it down. Flawless not playing very well, and Trace just way too savvy. Also helped that Winged was up there near constantly, making sure that Trace could get an edge.
Losing slowly is one of the cruelest ways to lose, though, Monty. It's very depressing. Spenu is finding themselves the rollover in this game. Again, the minion wave, though, isn't pushing into mids. They have a couple of waves here to try and defend.
And they do burn the culling. They can just push up that mid lane with the Lissandra. They're actually going to recall right now, sending this GP home. Seems like they could have turned up the pressure just a little bit more, especially now that Lissandra's right there. Well, GP is waiting with a barrel, so they're just trying to bait this. Here we go again. You know, Soul's gonna walk into Pilot and Wing. Takes a huge chunk of damage.
Minions are pushing in this time, so difficult for Spenu. They've got one wave to defend.
A little bit risky right there. Good following up on Wing. Well, they have to send somebody back, and I guess that somebody is going to be Poppy, but they still can't break this. Honestly, I think they can probably dive this without Poppy present, but still a lot of knockups in Lulu and Alistar, so I understand their caution.
Diving against the Lulu ult, and Alistar's disengage is risky, but it looks like it might be the way forward.
I think they've got the damage to do the deed.
The big issue here is that when it comes to actually doing turret damage, siege-wise, Gangplank basically wants to get in melee range to get the most damage.
Graves.
Close to, well, I meant Graves, not Gangplank, obviously, but both of them like that melee range, clearly. And Kuzan and Pala are both ranged auto attackers, but not with the most range. So Siege is definitely not the easiest thing for Jin to pull off.
Yeah, you really nailed it. Even with the Trundle, too, you oftentimes don't see Trundle compositions have a hard time getting turret damage.
Seems like Trace doesn't want to use the ult. You could try just Gangplank ult into trying something aggressive, but Trace has so far been steadfast on not using that.
You could even front load the Graves damage too if you wanted to use the collateral damage just to chunk them out.
With this build, it's not the highest damage Graves does, more about consistent damage, so that burst is not massive, probably only about 400 damage from the ult.
So here we go, another caster minion line deleted. Right in front of the turret in the world's longest siege that Jin Air has engineered here in the bottom lane. Spenu has done, to their credit, a good job of defending so far, but now this minion wave has developed in top to the point where they can no longer be ignored, but they have the culling again.
Expecting the culling on this one, there it is.
Well, finally, they are able to walk through and isolate Lucian with the Pillar of Ice.
I think for Jin Air was, they were not trading any objectives. Dragon and Baron were both dead. That was the best use of their time, and they finally did get that objective. They're kiting back to Dragon. It will only be the third one, so 5th Dragon's largely off the board, but Baron respawns in 1 minute.
Will be the major objective, and they may not be built for Siege, but they certainly are built for doing Baron and engaging you around objectives where you have to walk into them, and all of that crowd control and burst potential that they've got in their team composition.
Honestly, might need some extra blue trinkets if you're Spenu, because you cannot face check anything around objectives. Whoever's waiting there, Lissandra, Graves, Gangplank, Trundle, all of them have pick and initiation options to really punish a face check. So spot wards from range is by far the safest way to see in. So I think Poppy, I understand yellow trinket in the late game, specifically on 6.1, is very powerful, but I think spot vision right now is more important than the permanent vision when it comes to hoping to get in, because those pink wards are certainly going to be amassed. You can see 3 in the infantry. None on the map though so far. Actually, just one around the mid lane brush.
Well, here it comes. Baron is live again, and everyone going to be piling in. Starting to lay down the pink wards, use those sweepers. Make sure they can totally control this. Nice pillar. Checking very methodically from Janair for any surprises or traps that Spenu may have waiting in store. Looks like they're not going to see a lot of these in the pit. Nope, they finally are able to walk in and clear.
They put the pink ward quite deep because they could always pink ward further outside the pit, so they do get full vision of any wards slipped around the back.
Yeah, they also did use the sweeper immediately on the front of the pit, so they know nothing's there. Here we go. Are we going to see the start of this Baron once they collect themselves and use the last of the sweepers here from Winged?
There's also the exposed inhibitor if they want to go for a quick push down mid. So it's definitely Jinair with the multi-pronged attack choices.
Secret able just to walk in actually, and more of these wards continue to plop down from over the wall into the pit. So Janair really not committing to this. And are they going to fall back? Looks like it's just going to be a bait, at least for the moment. They're trying to get their own wards on the other side of the wall, but there's a blue trinket used. That's the last blue trinket available for Spenu.
They have all the cooldowns. They should know that only Poppy has a way to ward outside, of course, the Sightstone coming through from Alistar.
Yeah, they definitely are not going to fool anybody when Winged is in the mid lane that they're doing this Baron, so they've got to get him back and collected with the rest of the team, and that's going to be the start of it right there, but immediately doing it about face, changing their minds, and now it looks like Trace is just going to recall. That was a lot of effort put into not even really an attempt right there, nor a very good control of the vision around the pit.
I don't know about the 5-man force when you have double teleport. Lissandra could be going into smashing down waves. That's what she does. Gangplank, of course, can do the same. And I guess we'll be able to ult and channel the teleport at the same time, so maybe has more instantaneous reaction if anything happens. But Janair, you're right. That was 4 or 5 minutes of setup for no reward.
Well, they were trying to set up with the barrels to chunk somebody out, but no one from Spenda was even walking that close to the pit as long as they had that blue trinket ready to use. So instead of activating their split push, they contest the Baron, and no gain whatsoever for Janair. They're not even going to push up in this bottom side jungle. They have a lot of information, but without wards, Trace unwilling to walk past the river, and looks like he's going to just recall and regroup. But Spennu's not going to fight this if they don't have to via the Baron actually being started.
Obviously the teleport flank from Trace nothing to write home about, but Lissandra can go for some initiation play. Trace crucially did finish his 6th item, so it's basically item capped at this point now that he's finished the Sterix Gauge, only missing a boot in chat. So much slow burn about this Baron take, but for now Janair seem unwilling to push the vision far enough to get the pick on the outside.
Instead, still just trying for barrel poke. No vision on the Baron right now for Spenu. So yet another opportunity where they could theoretically go for this, but look how many tools they have, just constantly detecting where Janair is, either with a blue trinket or by pulling off the Frost Queen's claim. Janair's really not fooling anybody at the moment.
It's pretty outrageous that Nuclear felt safe enough to recall and just now regroup with the team despite all this pressure for multiple minutes. There's no ward. Janair can do this really fast. They start it now, but the ward is coming soon.
Yeah, but here it goes. It's already down at 50% HP. Finally, Spenu going to wrap around the corner. They get the ward down. Are they going to turn? Answer is yes. They don't want to finish this
Sandra's coming.
quite yet. And there we go. Kuzan zooming around from the flank. He's going to not get over the wall. Nice cocoon onto him. And Kuzan is now isolated by himself, and he's just going to die. He doesn't manage to hit his ultimate at all as the chain CC is too much. The barrels dissuading Spenu from actually moving in on the rest of Janair. So a really good cocoon starts the lockup, and Secret follows it, but right there, Kuzan had an opportunity just to flash that wall and ult.
Spennu's not done. They didn't have to use anything. They didn't even have to use the wild growth to pick up that first kill, so they're going to look to, at minimum, break the base. 40 seconds is the death timer for Jin Air on Kuzan.
Yeah, no Poppy ultimate, that's about it. Soul does have the GA right now. Flash from Secret, not going to connect with the Pulverize, but can they actually get an inhibitor? Jin Air going to start dealing damage still with those barrels, but it's just not enough to actually pick up a kill. They're still waiting for Kuzan, and Spenu charges forward off of that Baron, and Kuzan really messed up that engage.
I mean, the layering of CC was optimal. Kuzan died with Flash and Zonias and Ultimate available because the duration of the CC was absolute.
But he got greedy. That's the issue right there. He had the Zonias, and sometimes you just have to commit to using that Flash so you can get the proper engage. It's just not worth it to keep your Flash up.
Cocoon, as you mentioned, interrupted the glacial path and was the death sentence on his life, so can't disagree with you there.
And in the meantime, Spenu does pick up their second dragon, therefore denying dragon number 4. So Jin Air now going to try and get this Baron one more time.
Oh boy.
And here we go. Kuzan not here at the moment. He's on the flank looking for that angle, but he's not behind in the carry line anymore. So Jin Air turns back yet again.
Spenu have positioning on the mid with, of course, that super minion wave, so they can definitely cause more headaches for Jin Air. Jin Air needs to be so precise with their movements because any mistakes at this point, the game could be over.
Well, there go all Jin Air's wards on the Baron. I mean, we saw how fast they could do it last time. I think you just commit to that Baron and try and finish the game. You have the Graves, the GP, and the Callista just finish it. Meanwhile, GP on the other side of the map as Spenu tries to burn this down. They are going to find them doing it. GP may have to TP. And nope, that's just going to be a Baron now for Spenu.
Monte Cristo, for 15 minutes, Jin Air had control of vision around the Baron. Couldn't take it. For about 15 seconds, Spenu had that control, and they decisively took that objective.
Yeah, you just have to keep trying it until you get it. You only need about a 10-second window with this composition for Jin Air to make quick work of the Baron, but they were playing super scared. And now they have to deal with the fact they have an inhibitor down. The Baron has gone over to Spenu. They're going to be looking for more. Jin Air desperately clearing out waves to delay the pressure from Spenu.
Suddenly like old Jin Air a bit here, Monty.
Yeah, really indecisive. Pales in comparison to their performance against CJ earlier this week, where they showed a much better mindset for closing the game. And they were doing it with a very similar composition.
Right, not much has changed, but everything has changed when it comes to at least the mindset of Jin Air, and Spenu looking so aggressive and surprisingly pretty damn decisive.
That'll be Jin Air simply giving up their tier 2 turret to try and perhaps see if they can defend at the entrance to their base. Trace already setting up some wards and winged the designated killer of super minions.
Be able to push. Going to be a way for Spenu, as far as we can see, to break the base in another spot. Sassy's the one with teleport, so he's bringing up the minions. The minion play from Jin Air was pretty disappointing, given they had a double TP comp with both teleports available in that long, protracted Baron situation.
Pick your disappointment. They weren't willing to split push even though they had vision, or they weren't willing to split push and put down vision.
And with Callista and multiple damage sources, they weren't willing to rush down the Baron either.
Yeah, definitely a lot of missed opportunities for Jin Air. They look scared to play where they had vision, look scared to play where they didn't have vision. But even in the side lanes, they had enough information about Spenu that they could have made some more decisive split pushes, like you're saying. And now they're facing this headache where Spenu has set up the siege, but the zones are just so massive that it's still difficult for Spenu to actually finish off this turret, especially pillar after pillar. They have whittled it down pretty low, but it's been about 5 or 6 waves now that it's taken.
Jin Air needs to win a team fight. This game will probably end if there is an actual decisive team fight win with 55, 60-second death timers.
I mean, Kuzan's TP is back up. He definitely can make a flank play here.
The last one didn't go well, and he looks a bit spooked to try it again.
Well, they have to do something. They can't just keep slowly bleeding out to Spenu. And they are built for these team fights, but they're not willing to try on the engage, and that is another inhibitor. No more Baron for Spenu Sonic Boom. So they will back off, but they're getting the objectives, although the new inhibitor should be spawning soon, and Jin has a shot here in 2 minutes at another dragon, which would put them on 4.
Pushing around to the mid lane again. They're coming into the game. Like, they're coming into all the pick and CC tools from Jin Air, but
I think they need to go back. They've got a lot of money right now that hasn't been used. Certainly many of them in 6 items, but they could still use a few more upgrades.
find a way to kill Nuclear. That's honestly the story from a Jin Air perspective. At this point, Poppy is far more trouble than she's worth to do anything to. I guess Elise has built some damage, so isn't full tank, but is very, very tanky. There's not any really good choices now for Jin Air, and again, things were looking so rosy at 30 minutes from a Jin Air perspective. They had set up around an objective. We said, this is a team that wants to set up and then force a fight. Start that Baron, then instantly turn. But whether it came to finishing the Baron or actually forcing the fight, in both ways, they just didn't get it done.
No, not at all. Meanwhile, Soul is building a QSS.
Had it for a long time.
Yeah, that's really curious that he would be picking that up on Poppy. Of course, very concerned about the Lissandra ultimate, but Lissandra in this particular team composition is actually most likely to ult herself rather than going after the burst on the target. She's basically there just to set up for GP.
I'm also not sure about Thornmail on Trundle. I mean, if you're hitting the Trundle, you obviously feel pretty bad about that. I don't know, maybe some sort of aura item might have been more of a goer.
Definitely. Can't help but agree with you there.
Mikhail's Crucible might have been nice, but look at Spenu, really pushing decisively in the mid.
They are trying to back off right now after they see Kuzan and Winged on their flanks. But they do get about half that inhibitor's HP dealt with immediately, and Winged can't really deal with this Poppy, so he actually has to fall back into his base right now, and Nuclear's finding those opportunities just to slowly chip down these inhibitors of these turrets.
It's worth knowing that Gangplank has no armor whatsoever. Has a Spirit Visage but no armor, so cannot take auto attack trades from Nuclear.
Nice job from Nuclear, just pops in over the pillar, but here's the ultimate actually coming in. Kuzan is on the flank right now. Flawless is off by himself, does use that repel. They're trying to follow this up, but there's a missed barrel. They're on to Nuclear in the back line. Che is there, and they are going to kill him. Trace finally gets a kill. They already killed Che. Soul now comes out of that GA, but Winged is there with a lot of damage, and that's going to be the finisher, and probably the end of this game. Secret has to flash, but they don't have any more wave clear, and they have a naked inhibitor and extremely long timers. 2 TPs still up for Jin Air, but they have no target to TP to.
I missed, but off the screen, Sarsen died with everything available. Kuzan definitely put Jin Air on the retreat when he did the same thing, and now Sarsen picked.
He found the one player that didn't have QSS, and it looks like they had enough burst to make it through. So Jin Air sort of flukes into a win here after not executing very well into the late game.
18 seconds for Sarsen.
Let's see how hard they want to push this. They should be going for the win.
Che takes no damage from turrets.
No, he does not. So there you go, 1 turret down. Kuzan now back in the mix. Secret is going to be dying, has a GA, interestingly enough, so he will revive, but it's not going to be in time. The Nexus goes down, 51 minutes, Jin Air 1-0.
And that was certainly almost a prototypical Robin Hood role play from Jin Air. They looked like they were going to throw it all away. They started up so smartly, 30 minutes of good league, but you can see some of the gesticulation in the booth for Jin Air. I think they're a bit amiss as to how things went so sideways so quickly.
I am impressed from Spenu, though. They did really put a lot of pause in Jin Air's actions simply by continuously throwing wards into the Baron pit and finding angles to continue to get vision.
I mean, Spenu did everything they could to dissuade the Baron, but at some point you just have to do the damn Baron.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Bob Smithy. And we've certainly seen more clutch play out of Jin Air this season, even in their last set. So faltering a bit at the end there, but they get it done in the end.
Ugly.
It was not pretty.
Look, sometimes the best teams, even SKT, win ugly sometimes.
Right there, we're taking a look at that last one. Kuzan just one-shotted, actually. Sarsen on the side had too much damage and then lived by Zunyasing himself, and then Trace coming back around and hitting some nice barrels.
Clutch from Kuzan. Lost in the game, then won it back.
That's right. I mean, wow, he had a lot of damage. Well, we're going to come back. Game 2 coming up. Your MVP for game number 1 will be Trace. He can't be stopped with his 700 MVP points in 12 games. Pretty impressive.
Not the best game playing top we saw today. That honor goes to Smeb, but still solid stuff from Trace. He farmed out when he needed to. Again, a lot of the indecision in the mid game can't be attributed to him. It felt like the team kind of fell apart in the shot calling department, but they did get it together. Actually, it was mostly Kuzan who kind of won the game, just instant killing Sassen.
Yeah, I think that was the single biggest factor is Sassen caught out on the flank and underestimating the amount of damage Lysandra could do. And, you know, you and I did too. We double-checked that. No, there were no Gangplank barrels coming in. It was just Kuzan's straight-up combo. It was watch right there. That's it.
I didn't know Lysandra could do that much damage.
I didn't know either. I was quite surprised.
And that, 5v4 from that situation, you look to Lulu for the shields, for the speed-ups, for the ult. None of those coming through, and Jin rips through, and they pick up the win.
Yeah, no protection anymore for that Lucian, or at the very least a little bit less. And that means the backline dive occurs, everyone stops nuclear, and they're able to make the final push. But they definitely need to commit better to these Barons. But Spenu again comes close to winning a game, but can't quite get it in the end. Sassen doesn't look too perturbed.
Doesn't look too downtrodden. They played very good for SWATs of that game, honestly. Maybe they missed some of their windows early, but mid-game, big improvement from Spenu, and see what the draft has to bring for us. Let's see if Spenu, even on the blue side, can give us a Sassen special.
Will be exciting. Well, we're about to get into picks and bans for game number 2. We do not have any substitutions for you.
No Soar.
No Soar. No Sowan. No Blanc, which actually they do have a substitute mid laner for Jinair. And Sweet, who came in a lot of last year for Jinair, just not making an appearance at all. That is a bit surprising.
No sweetness. Not allowed.
It's a Bard meta, man. It's time for the Sweet Bard.
That's what we all have wanted to see for many a month, but cruelly denied by bans and then not playing.
I'm still waiting for it, but we're getting into game number 1 here, or number 2 rather. Jinair are currently up 1-0, and Sol will be vanning Victor right off the bat.
Again, respecting Kuzan's 4-1, 11.3 KDA. Victor seems pretty smart. Will Gangplank make it through with picks and bans this time? One Trace and MVP.
Wow, same bans for Spenu, even though they're on the blue side, really trying to shut down the jungle pool here. And I'm curious if Spenu is actually going to ban the Lee Sin this time.
Do they have the flexibility on the red side is the question. I don't know if we'll see a Lee Sin first pick. You actually notice Flawless and Winged are very well-known Lee Sin players, although Flawless draws the bans for it. Elise likely to creep through the picks and bans again as a result. And we always talk about Alistair as well.
A long thought here for Spenu, and it will be the Quinn. So identical bans from game number 1, and this means that Jinair, they did ban Corki, Rise, and Lee Sin. They're going to do it again.
Gameplank's available, Lulu is available, so a lot of those contested picks are available in the first round here.
Kalista, of course.
Alistair.
Alistair Jinair did opt for the Kalista over and above every other option.
Poppy also, I guess, worth a mention despite...
Lysandra.
Basically the whole pool we saw last game.
Yeah, sometimes these pocket bans really disrupt the meta, but it will be a Kalista for Spenu. And that means Jinair has a lot on the table. I don't think you take the Elise here simply because the Italy is still available, so you probably are feeling confident that Flawless can take that particular pick, or of course you have the Graves option again for Winged. So I say, Papa Smithy, you take Alistair GP or Alistair Lulu.
Seems like a good idea. Putting Kuzan on the Lulu will be just fine, I'd have to say. Do you want to return to the Gangplank? Well, at least at the start it seems like no, but there is the possibility.
I think Alistair Lulu provides you such insane control over these team fights that you really have to like those picks, and you also force Spenu into a situation where they either are going to have to take the Gangplank again, or they're going to have to suffer against a Gangplank who has Whimsy, and that is not a great option for them.
The other thing is if you take both Lysandra and Gangplank. You're on the red side here if you're Jin Air. Something like a last pick Fiora with the Lulu you mentioned could wreck the day of both those champions. So there is some red side strategies open for Jin Air this time. And the flawless Nidalee. Yeah, look pretty good. Not quite flawless, but close to that. So is certainly worth a consideration.
And they're going to deny the Poppy, so we're not going to see that same combo of champions.
The fun of the wild growth into Poppy ult, into Alistar, headbutt
Knock-up.
pulverize.
You know, only missing that Callista for their 4th knock-up and probably the best team fighting combination available in League of Legends right now. There is no counterplay.
I believe at the moment the subtitle for the first 5 champions is definitely Bouncy Castle the game. Everyone here can do knock-ups and knockbacks.
Poppy and Trundle. Trundle switching hands to Spenu in this game, but they get the Callista Trundle lane.
And of course, if Graves is locked in this situation, it is a flex pick. We have seen Trace pilot that Graves twice to excellent effect against SK Telecom.
And especially when there's a Lucian in the mid lane too, or I mean a Lulu in the mid lane. They have the double AD composition with the Lulu ready, and we've seen the triple AD compositions come out of Jin Air. It won't be happening this time with the Corki ban, but that is a very deceptive draft from Jin Air.
No guarantee that a top laner has been drafted. No guarantee that a jungler has been drafted. I always like these red side drafts. Spenu have to show their cards, and the Nidalee is almost guaranteed. And Sarsen has actually surprisingly defaulted to Jace quite a lot this season.
It hasn't been impressive though. We came into this game talking about the lack of cohesion of the Spenu poke compositions. And they have not looked good when trying to execute that style. They haven't been properly warding their flanks. They frequently get engaged on in their backline in the late game. So Lysandra will be the grab in the end alongside Nidalee. So a lot of all-in potential. That's a huge amount of all-in burst
Again,
between Lysandra and Nidalee.
So flexible as well. Remember, Spenu's the team that ran support Lysandra, so there is all sorts of interest coming as to the lane assignments. Of course, we're suspecting Trundle support.
Well, if it was Trundle top lane, you have to support Poppy. Maybe there's always that option. There's a lot that could be changed up here for Spenu, as you said. We've seen them play the Lysandra support. It honestly wasn't bad either. They did okay with it.
Don't know about the Relic Shield start. That was a puzzler.
But their actual play from Secret, he got some nice engages down.
Look, Callista's going at 80 carry roll. It's going to be a jungle Nidalee, but there definitely is at least ambiguity for the final picks. And Jin Air had some flex picks of themselves.
Definitely would be some ambiguity, but it's another top Morgana, or we would assume
Top Morgana.
He's already done it this season. He was the innovator last year, the first player in the professional scene to really demonstrate the power of Top Morgana. And we saw a lot of other players around the world pick it up after Jin Air debuted with it.
We actually saw this exact matchup when we did see it. It was the Morgana against Poppy, and surprisingly, Poppy got to the point where she could match the wave clear. Trace got that top turret so low, and then once Iceborne Gauntlet and a bit of health and magic just came through, Poppy could just tank the wave and push it back. So it's not quite as one-sided a lane matchup as you might think in terms of just sieging down turrets, but with Graves rotating into the lane, maybe they can try and play around the lack of wave clear from Poppy.
Yeah, but in the late game, even if that fast push, of course, that's what you take the top Morgana for. Trace famous for playing the Morgana for the early turret kill, and then the Graves this season to the same effect. But you have the Black Shield around 280 carries with Lulu shields. I mean, that's an insane amount of peel for a double 80 carry composition. So looking good. Trace, the original, the top lane Morgana master. He's back at it again as we head into game number 2 with extreme protection for Winged and Pilot.
It does neutralize to some degree Lysandra as well, because you're going to get plenty of AP on this top lane Morgana, so going to be hard to pop that Black Shield and thus get the initiation with a flank from Sarsen.
Same thing with the Nidalee. Interesting pick. So we'll see if Trace can pull it off and take game number 2 to keep Jin Air's win streak at 5.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody you
It's game 2 in our second set of the night. Jin Air goes up against Spenu Sonic Boom. It was a grinder in game number 1, but Jin Air came out on top. Spenu now looking for some pretty much all-in fights here with an Italy and a Lysandra. They're going to be aiming for that big burst. Jin Air playing a protect the double 80 carry composition.
It's an all-in versus Morgana, Lulu, Alistair combo. This is going to be one-sided one way or the other, especially if someone gets a lead. It's going to be so hard. Assassin always knows the exact macro to annoy everyone.
He's really good at that.
I like his Corky bouncing around laughing. This is just annoying. What a joy to play with in solo queue he must be.
The constant emote spam of Sassen. Well, I'm disappointed he didn't do anything super strange tonight. Lulu and Lysandra. How disappointingly meta of Sassen and Spenu Sonic Boom. Not even flexing that Lysandra to support.
We had such high hopes for them to break the meta and lose. Never one or the other.
Come on, they nearly beat SK Telecom with that support or that mid lane Vel'Koz. He killed Faker 3 times in lane with it.
Yeah, but solo killing Fake is good for the highlight reel, but not so much for the wins, at least in those series.
Yeah, Featherman knows all about that.
Oh. Monty, please.
Shout out to Featherman, he's a great player. But yes, definitely a big difference between picking those champions that are going to win you the lane and picking those champions that have a chance of winning you the game. Fortunately, Secret there actually coming in from the side, discovering Winged as we go into the lane swap, and I think this is smart by Spenu. Don't give Trace's Morgana a chance to force push your turret, because that is quite annoying for this Poppy to deal with. You'll lose a lot of farm, and you have Winged too in the jungle, so he would probably be helping, and if Poppy leaves lane, Graves and Morgana are going to kill that turret awful fast.
Just returning to my earlier point, there is a tipping point item-wise where Poppy can actually have enough health, have enough wave clear to actually stand up to the Morgana. So if you lane swap till that point, and then swap Poppy back, that big chip damage to the turret may never actually happen, and it might just force the Morgana to be purely about the teamfight utility rather than the strong laning phase we're used to.
Well, this instance, though, we haven't seen a lot of jungle follow, and in fact, Trace is just simply standing under the turret. So is Soul. This is a very weird lane swap that has occurred, but it's about to be dive central, and Sazen had to burn his TP early. But Flawless looks like he's going to get there in time, and so the dive will not be occurring quite yet. We do see Secret coming down, so very reserved lane swap this time around, and I think a bit of a missed opportunity. Since Kuzan was able to harass so heavily, and he didn't even have to use his Ignite to do so, without that TP in the mid lane, I think they could have made a more aggressive play on that bottom turret.
Even though the mid lane is swapped champions, surprisingly the summoners have changed up. Kuzan is running Ignite this game, so slightly less global pressure coming through from Jinair. Has that lane control. He went for that really strong trade at level 1, threatened the Ignite, but drew out that teleport early from Sassen.
Yeah, but still quite odd that neither team was more proactive about stopping these top laners. There's a reason why you don't do this. It's because you can straight up lose your top laner and set yourself extremely far behind.
I guess the question with Morgana is it so trivial to do that to the Morgana with Black Shield? She's one of the safer champions.
I'm just more surprised that Jin Air didn't dive the bottom side on Poppy, honestly.
That's a fair point. He is laning with Secret now, though. So it's a 2v2.
Yeah, and Che actually sticking around. So Flawless still on the hunt, but mostly hunting for Krugs and getting the vision in.
Well, knowing that Trace is getting that solo experience, he's also got more of the CS, so he's definitely winning out in this weird lane swap.
Yeah, but he also decided to get a second Doran's Ring and burn his TP early.
True.
That we may see that CS lead even out by the time that Soul actually has to use his teleport.
Experience, though, will not be denied because of the solo lane.
And meanwhile, Kalista hopping out to that advantage in the top side in that 1v1, but usually leveling your Kalista as solo XP doesn't do a whole lot for you.
Doesn't rank up with levels like some other AD carries, like Corki perhaps might.
Or Ezreal.
Or Ezreal, good point. Wave clear.
Oh boy, my favorite part of League of Legends.
With those minions just stand in a line so I can clear them.
No, they will not. And then Soul's going to take a bunch of damage.
This is fun for the Poppy.
Stand around, wait to get bound, and Tormented Soil right underneath your feet.
There's going to be a rhyme there. Stand around, wait to get bound.
Nope.
Speaking of nope.
Wow, there's a wild growth with the flash, but are they going to be able to finish this up? And Wing going to flash forward, and is he going to get the kill? Sassen falls, actually. Kuzan with the Ignite going to pick up the kill. And that was a very weird engage from both sides. Counter gank coming in from Winged, and what a commitment from Winged there onto the flash.
But the reason why he was confident, when he look at the items, actually before even finishing his machete item, he picks up the Swiftness Boots, and with Flash and the Swiftness Boots mobility, he knew he'd get those extra auto attacks to pick up the kill.
Yeah, props to Kuzan too for dropping the Ignite so quickly. But yes, decisive counter gank. That means first blood, and Kuzan gets it too, which is extra nice for Jinair.
Accelerates the Frost Queen's claim, so accelerates the gold generation. Expecting Trace to pick that up too, so Spooky Goat's going to be flying around the map.
Winged is here, and there's the ultimate. He's still going to catch Soul in the end at the Shackle, but there's the charge, and he's only going to knock one away. Black Shield prevents it from hitting Trace, but goodbye to Graves.
Sends him to his Raptor camp. Go get some farm. Actually going to be a Doran Shield pickup after the fact, I believe, so interesting. Gonna build up tank items, slowly as Soul. Made the Ignite work, that's the good thing, you mentioned it, but Kuzan knew he wouldn't pick up the kill himself, but with the Graves with Swiftness, he just trusted in his jungler to get in the face and pick up the kill, so making the Ignite work. So often we see Teleport versus Ignite, teams not playing around the Summoner, and therefore the Ignite being fairly meaningless in the overall scheme of things, but so far has definitely impacted this game. Forced that early recall and teleport from Sassen, and then got that kill.
Uh-oh, Che here tries to pull him out, but there's a flash right back in, and they're going to find him. Che, no flash in that bottom lane. And it was actually just the ultimate from Callista. So there you go, Papa Smithy, using that fast level 6 to some advantage, but Pilot level 6 himself. Meanwhile, Flawless now on the run, hopping over the wall. See, strolls through the enemy jungle to place a couple of wards.
On a warding mission. After they picked up that kill, had the pressure. Just get the wards down. One of them's cleared up, but no more.
I'm actually really surprised that they managed to pick up that kill, because if we look at the recall times, Pilot actually did catch up when it comes to CS, and because of the recall times too, he was able to get up a BF sword on his first call, and Nuclear just with a Vamp Scepter, so definitely at an item disadvantage, but they still go for the all-in. Che was not quite level 6.
No flash, not level 6, so good timing from Flawless. So on one of these high mobility champions, you usually group Elise into that group, but Lee Sin and specifically the Nidalee have certainly been the big pressure champions for us. They look much more comfortable on those two in particular.
Yeah, so Wing now down by the Dragon Scuttle Crab. He's kept up in farm, even though this Nidalee has been doing a pretty substantial amount of counter jungling. Now Wing on the other side of the map, returning the favor now that Lysandra is all the way back in base. Sassen's TB is available, so is Trace's. Soul's still waiting for about 20 more seconds on his.
Interesting to see how this game will develop. Spendo don't necessarily have a Siege comp, it's more of a team fight comp. Only Nidalee is really built for Siege. Jinair themselves, when you see Lulu and 280 carries, you know what they're all about. They do have the early turret pushing from the Morgana. It feels like both of them are looking to opt into fights, and then specifically Jinair, if they can win a fight, they will explode turrets on the backside.
Flawless still haunting this bottom lane. He's got the pink ward to work with. Pilot a bit dangerously positioned. They do have to deal with Che's flash. Actually still being down for a few more seconds, although he does have the Unbreakable Will, making this gank a whole lot harder.
Respecting that brush to some degree as Pilot.
They still don't really have the items. There's almost no way they can kill this Alistar. This is a really weird gank from Flawless. when you have the two summoners still in the AD carry and Che with the ultimate, you're not going to make that gank work.
Speaking of
Uh-oh,
ganks.
and there's a gank that will be working. Winged on the backside of the end of the line. Gets the burst damage down to make the kill, and that's how you land a full Graves combo. Didn't even have to use his ultimate.
Thing about Solo Lane Morgana, doesn't need to hit a binding to initiate a fight. Specifically, Sol still about 20 seconds left on his flash, so falls. Ignites back up.
Yeah, Sasan on the run as Kuzan pushes forward. Winged here, and he can take advantage of this. They have a lot of turret damage.
Man, the lane control that Kuzan has picked up from Ignite in multiple ways has really haunted Sasan,
And he hasn't been able to make the teleport work in response, right? The first TP was just to get back into lane from losing out on the early trades, and now he can't even make a play in the bottom side. Like, he needs to coordinate with Flawless to actually make these ganks work, but good luck on that Alistar. And Poppy's been dead.
Yep, Frostwind's claim heavily delayed.
Oh, really early first tower. Here we go. They're going to try and do it now, but Pilot's just going to flash out. Nice play by Che. There we go, knocking him up with a Fate's Call. Pilot will be the target and ulted underneath the turret, but they can't get anything more than that, and that was a big commitment to make for not a lot of gain.
It's what you asked for. They do pull off the kill with Flawless, but the next step is taking an objective. The Dragon is available, and with double pink in the area, they still don't feel healthy enough or don't want to give up this minion wave and wave control, so the result is they don't actually pick up an objective for that 4-man investment.
They don't even get any turret damage down. Look at that, Papa Smithy. It's hardly taken any HP down at all, and meanwhile Trace gets a little bit of free time here with the minion wave, and this is how Trace plays this top lane Morgana. You are going to lose your turret eventually to it.
Fun thing is that in patch 2016 with Frostqueen's Claim introduced, you do actually get extra damage to structures when you have those gold Spells Thieves procs available, so he actually does push down turrets faster than Morgana's in the past in a couple of ways, because the AP ratio for auto attacks to being translated to turret damage went up as well, so he's even better at pushing turrets. That's a scary thought.
It is, and he's still able just to land these bindings. I mean, the Frost Queen's Claim is such a boon to champions like Morgana because you set up your bindings so well. Pop the Ghost, get the slow, guaranteed, and then it makes it that much easier to hit your bindings. And that's the preferential trades that we just keep seeing time and time again out of Trace.
Even though that laning phase didn't go as designed the last time we saw top Morgana, we of course forget the late game where, Trace in trouble.
Oh, nope, just going to use his ultimate right now. Lissandra is here, but so is Che. Trace is going to fall. He's got nothing left to use right there, and there's the ultimate from Sasan, but Kuzan comes up and to take a kill right at the end, zipping up into the top side. Now he's going to chase down Sasan right here. He is going to be rooted, and Flawless tries to make this work, but they get the kill, and there is Winged entering the fray. Kuzan is barely going to survive. Nope. Red buff burn is enough in the end to take him out, and that red buff bounces around and ends up onto Che, who actually did pick up 2 of the kills in that engagement. And Pilot here may have overcommitted.
You think?
Yeah, I think.
That was not a good look. Remember, Sol didn't actually have any armor items. He killed him with a cow and some Swifties. Not sure what to think there, Pilot. Not a good look, but kind of undoes a lot of the good work in the top lane skirmish.
Well, to a point though, right, Papa Smithy? Here comes Winged with his wave.
Watch these auto attacks. Goodbye, turret.
Yeah, goodbye.
Red buff burn on turrets as well. One of those unknown interactions late.
Well, you can see the turret. It was on fire, Papa Smithy.
Not a good thing. Spenu fan? Yeah. So overall, a lot of the gold lead here, honestly, is little things like Frost Queen's Claim being completed so early by both of these champions. Gold generation is definitely in the wheelhouse, but of course, Sol way behind the Morgana in terms of farm, both from the weird early lane swap and just the resulting Poppy versus Morgana lane.
Yeah. And we talked about the Maw build earlier, Papa Smithy, and this is one of those times where you may think about getting the Yoma's Ghost play just a little bit faster, considering you are the main damage source for your team.
The reason why I don't like that is that then you give an ult target over to the Lissandra.
Sure, and there's also the Nidalee factor too if you're going to be jungling against her. I get that. We'll see if he actually completes the Maw or just gets the Hex Drinker and then moves into a different item.
And Maw just gives so many different stats as, Secret Face checks Wing. But more specifically, when that shield is popped, gives you so many different stats: attack speed, spell vamp, life steal. Graves loves those extended fights where he gets the quick draw resets. So I think if you see multiple magic damage dealers, you don't pass it up. You get the armor penetration as well with the serrated Dirk. It builds so well. Definitely more this game, but you could have understood if he had gotten a couple more kills, the quick snowball goes blade.
Well, yeah, and it's just about the protection that he already has built in with his team composition.
But they don't want to protect Graves. That's not really what they want. They want to protect Lucian.
You'll protect whoever is up there, and at this point, one player is 0-2 and 0, the other one's 1-0 and 3. So
now I am the AD carry.
That's right. Now he's the AD carry. Behind in farm, Spenu now targeting this Rift Herald. But yeah, Pilot 2 overextending, not making the most of the opportunities that his team has opened up. Jeez. We've seen this before from Trace, just really good accuracy on the Dark Bindings.
When you're out of vision like he was so frequently the last time we saw top lane Morgana, casually throwing out 600 damage, 3-second stuns. You do a lot of work in the late game, and certainly has built up plenty of farm and Frost Queen's claim procs in the laning phase.
Definitely making it look pretty easy.
Double AD carry wave clear.
Exciting times. Now the waiting game begins.
What are we waiting for?
Dragons, probably, in this game. I'm going to go with Dragons for Janair.
Dragons for $400.
That's right. I will take the Dragons in this one just because they've got that composition that is very good in those big open spaces where they have the room for their AD carries to move. And you don't want to be in a choke against all the knockup of Spenu, so if you can fan out, they're going to be in a good space. So fighting around the Dragon should be very preferable for Janair.
Probably a bit of PTSD about the Baron from last game as well, so stay away from that purple snake. It's very dangerous.
Oh, well, I don't know if that's going to help them. Their indecision around taking that objective may just bleed right off into the Dragon itself.
That's fair. Kuzan just obviously building into Death Cap. Has it early, so still a utility build. Not quite the same amount of cooldown reduction, but with CDR boots becoming the norm.
I prefer this as the protection Lulu build when you have other damage threats. I think this is really the way to go. Flat AP is much more useful. You don't need poke here.
Remember Sorcerer's Shoes?
I do remember those existing.
This season. Maybe one. When you see Rumbles picking up Swiftness boots, you know something's wrong.
Yeah, definitely. So red buff contest here. Flawless has to run. There's the Ghost. Not quite going to catch up to get the slow. And he gets the red buff, but is chased out. 30 seconds left, rather, until the Dragon will spawn. Flawless has to recall to get his health up. It's going to be a close one to see whether he can make his way over to the pit in time. Meanwhile, both dual lanes at the top side.
Spenu are so overextended, but they have good pink ward defensive coverage, and Graves did kind of sneak out the first Dragon. Might solo down the second as well.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what you go for. You have the pressure in the bottom. The only play they can really make is this Lissandra, and you can see as Sassen cheats up into the top side of the map, that immediately causes Pilot and Che to fall back.
Soul's been forced to go Banshee Veil just because of the harass in lane. That's actually a big loss to not have a Sheen, let alone an Iceborne Gauntlet this early, so team fight wise, the damage is certainly going to be lower.
Exciting times here with a very slow Dragon.
Killing Winged. He got it.
He did. It was a grind, but he got there in the end. Slowly reloading his shotgun.
I believe that's a reference to the last game as well, sort of. It's pretty much what we saw there too. They got there, kind of, sort of.
They stumbled across the finish line.
They did.
They sort of were pushed by Spenu.
They got a cramp somewhere right near the end. There's a lot of people top. Jina going to be second to react when Flawless backs away.
Yeah, they attempt to get this turret, but the siege is just so poor from this Spenu team composition that it's not going to do a whole lot. Short range on Callista, and no one really for this Italy to synergize with when it comes to getting that attack speed up if Callista can't get the autos down onto the turret, so they basically do nothing as the Dragon is taken. Still that 4,000 gold lead pre-20 minutes. It's a very nice lead for Jinair.
Morgana also has the freedom to push up, back, teleport, whatever she wants to do. The wave will be in the right spot just because Poppy, specifically a Poppy that doesn't have Iceborne Gauntlet, just has no way to control a wave against Morgana. That's just one thing this poor little Yordle can do.
Well, they may have found themselves a little bit of an opening as a recall from Pilot and Che. Nope, they will be there perfectly in time to defend this turret. They have all the tools at their disposal. So I got excited for nothing.
Rookie mistake, Monte Cristo.
Well, usually I get really excited about turret deaths, but this game, it's been a tease.
I mean, Jin has followed through. They got 3.
Yeah, they got 3. Spenu, though, still struggling.
Have we seen a 3-0? I guess we've seen some perfect games, but it feels like this is definitely not the norm.
Well, it was because of the weird lane swap that started this game.
The turret pacifist lane swap.
Yes, the turret pacifist lane swap. That's not what I like to see.
Down with the pacifists.
It's time for some blood.
Of turrets.
Of turrets.
I don't know if turrets bleed. They burn. We've learned this much this patch.
I wish they would explode with blood.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a bit more.
The more blood, the better, really.
I mean, even the creeps don't explode with blood.
Yeah, why don't they explode with blood? Great point, Papa Smithy. Now I'm even more outraged.
Oh, dear. Need a Vladimir in the game to get the bloodlust out of you.
Yeah, but the blood kind of like coalesces into Vladimir in that way, so I really just want each turret to be like an isolated blood bank where when it dies, there's just a river of blood that sloshes out.
You're weird, Monty.
I want a morbid Summoner's Rift.
You've done your best to put one together in these few years where you set the narrative for Korean League. The morbid Summoner's Rift is the one for Western fans.
That's not my doing, man. That's just reality.
Reality checks. Those are the ones you put out, for sure.
That's right. It's not actually very hard to do. It's just the level of denial from the fans. That's what's actually interesting to me. Like an ostrich with its head in the sand.
Keep piling on, Monty.
Sure.
That's what the fans like.
Why not?
Fair point. Nothing's happening in the game. Talk about whatever you want.
Yeah, might as well insult the fans.
Thanks for watching.
It's all right. They're watching Champions, so I know they have taste.
Well, still no Iceborne Gauntlets. The Soul's just relentlessly getting pushed in and bot as no one decides what they want to do on the top side of the map. You would think the Jin Air top lane turret is basically the Baron from last game because no one's committing around it.
No one wants to do anything. They'll put the wards in. Spender will put the wards in, but they won't actually pull the trigger. The fear of the Alistair is real.
The unseen Alistair? Actually, the Sin Alistair.
The scene. He's been seeing this entire
The apparent Alistair.
Is not the deadliest at all because no one does anything.
Is the most conspicuous. Trace is going to steal red, because why not?
Oh, is he?
Yes. He definitely does 400 damage with that. There's no way for Poppy to steal against that.
Well, they could attempt some sort of collapse on this very overextended top side. Could they get any wards in? So that just hasn't been a reality yet for Jin Air, as the pink line from Spenu is preventing them from really pushing into the river at all, and they're just happy to play defense for the time being. Another dragon up in a minute. Why not just get number 3? It's Wing's job just to solo dragons while Spenu obstinately stays in the top side. You know, you'd think they would be trying a lane swap right now to at least contest this dragon, and maybe that's what we'll see.
Perhaps. They are recalling, so we'll wait to see what the lane assignments are. We've been disappointed before, though, so... This Trace, just PvE style today.
Well, what are you going to do with this Poppy? He spoke about that Iceborne, but it's not quite done yet. He has been delayed, and he is pretty far behind when it comes to farm. Trace now diligently clearing a pink ward, and people starting to move down into the bottom side of the map one by one. 20 seconds now until the dragon. Pilot getting some time to push out the top side before he joins the rest of his team.
Oh, Flawless might be collapsed on here.
Oh, wow, that damage. Holy moly. Winged finishes it with the ultimate, and that is going to be a dragon for free now for Jin Air.
And when you don't test someone's damage...
Baron. They're just going to go for the Baron.
Wow.
They've gone a complete about-face, Papa Smithy. Now it's a 25-minute Baron, and they are going to commit.
Well, they're going to start it. We'll see if they commit to it.
Wow, this is a bold call. Lulu is not there currently. There are 4 people. Trace is going to zone them out with this Morgana. Kuzan going to come through with the Whimsy chain now. And they're going to turn right away. Secret on the outside. And there we go. Face Call going to launch people into the pit. Sasin gets very low. Ults himself at the opening of the pit. Winged with the Wild Growth on is going to jump forward. So is Pilot with the flash. But he's going to get knocked into the wall. And there's a nice cleanse from Pilot on the heroic charge. As Soul attempted to reposition with his flash for that. Sasin looks like he's going to make it out. Meanwhile, Winged finds Secret, gets an auto off on him, and Trace is here with the Dark Binding, perhaps, eventually. Flash actually used by Secret. Not sure that's going to end up being worth it.
He is going for quite the walk.
Yeah, he is. He's not going to get out of this either.
Or is he?
Or is he?
Do.
I actually still don't think that was a good use of Flash, but okay. He will actually recall, but that is Jin Air pushed off the Baron, but the Dragon is still going to be there. Che is very disappointed, Cal.
Che got invited to the party, but showed up far too late.
I don't know if he was invited. It's more like he crashed Secret's recall party and also was late.
But it already moved location. That was I think that was over-ambitious, trying to take that Baron. They got it pretty low, but eventually had to kite away. They got a fight. Maybe they didn't think they would get a fight around Dragons. They got the fight they wanted.
I mean, look at those knockups, though. Trace actually avoided most of them with the Zhonya's Hourglass, but they got the engage they wanted for sure, Speno.
And Nuclear just over-pursued. He tried to get damage, and he saw the Ren set coming, but was deleted. And from there, it was just tanks trying to run away. But mixed results.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I didn't realize that the Lucian had the QSS already.
That was something I was going to point out just before the action started, was that the team that actually has the Morgana is a team with more QSSs. Graves and Lucian had a QSS pre-fight. And now, no respect for the top lane Morgana. There's actually only the Banshee Veil to speak of in terms of dissuasion on the side of Spender. So usually it's the team against Morgana that's getting those QSSs early, but Jin Air were ready and willing to fight, and I guess mostly respecting the Lissandra, but to some degree the Poppy as well.
Yeah, definitely making it work, and that QSS really saved the fight for them because Pilot was able to get the Poppy flash out and then finish up the kill by QSSing and dashing back. So nice play there. They're going to turn around onto Soul's Poppy.
Flawless with the blast from the past build, turning to Seraph's Embrace actually. I didn't even notice that he had a tier.
Yeah, I actually wasn't paying attention to that either. So definitely the Eve style of build from last year.
High AP, big mana pulse, going to be good for the heals, but no melee range hiders. You think Cougar Farm is largely going to be cleanup because you cannot get into the middle of a fight with this build.
Still quite fragile. So blue buff taken there by Winged. So 2 blues on the side of the Jin Air Green Wings. They've got those 3 dragons. They could, once again, start to play with the vision around the Baron. If they were so confident in being able to get that done, they could certainly bait it once more. They have the tools, and forcing a face check against this Morgana would be quite nice.
In a slightly different position to last game, where we really criticized them for not playing the map as well. Remember, they do have Ignite on the Lulu, so the lane assignment has to be Lulu, either grouped with her team or pushing up the top or mid lanes. Not flexible enough to put her into the bottom lane, so only 1 teleport to play around. So they need to be very particular with how they use Tracer's Globe.
Yeah, they have to be extra cautious, but I'm hoping this means that they just group up more and try and get vision on this one.
That'd be nice. We'll see. Don't expect too much from Jin Air today.
Apparently not. Jin Air, always a mystery. Some days looking very strong, and we saw him versus CJ. Clean wins this time. Not looking quite as confident, although in this game their play has been pretty neat so far.
Going to be exciting to see them against the Rocks Tigers. That's what I want to see. That's going to be really interesting.
I am very curious if they're going to be able to drag out games against the Tigers.
Many have tried.
Few have succeeded.
Well, no one succeeded.
All right, so here we go with the engage once again. They find Pilot immediately, and he actually gets double stunned there, and so they are able to grab a kill, pick him out in the mid lane. So they used the Lissandra ultimate and the heroic charge, so he didn't get much with his QSS right there. Trace now trying to escape with his TP. Oh! Very close, but Trace finds himself next to Soul. That's not where you want to TP to. And there's going to be a miss on the Poppy ultimate, but they buy themselves time to take the mid turret.
Managed to catch Jinair, not group. There should be no way for Lissandra to pick up a pick when we're talking about Morgana, Alistair, Lulu, but was able to do that. Kuzan got his shielding and ultimate off, but they were able to blow up Pilot. Winged and Pilot were both completely in opposite directions. In general, the threats weren't grouped, and it was smart target selection from Spenu to win that fight.
Yeah, and they accounted for the QSS that time, that's for sure, so they had enough crowd control to actually finish off the kill before Pilot was able to respond. So what that means for us is 2 turrets down in the mid lane in favor of Spenu, but Jinair still has a really big gold lead.
They do. There's obviously the easier turret to get in top, or the Morgana keeps returning there, maybe not so easy. But yeah, the gold lead seems to be chiefly in the pocket of Trace. And again, this is one of those games where if you had the ability to click on that Frost Queen's claim, it's probably given him around 1,500. It's probably even close to paying off itself in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a solid investment there. Spenu now trying to get some vision around this Baron. They finally are able to destroy the top outer. So with the Dragon coming up in 45 seconds, Jinair stands on the verge of getting their 4th, but they have to be really concerned about the number of wards here at the Baron from Spenu and the rush that could occur with the Callista.
Crucially, they need to be more on point with their positioning. We mentioned in that previous fight. There should be no way for Pilot or Wing to get exploded at the start of a fight with Chain CC, just given the comms, but it's pulled off once. There's an outside chance it could happen again, I guess.
Be curious to see how Jinair wants to play this. They are not making any attempt at the Dragon right now. Lots of wards there for Spenu on both Dragon and Baron, so they're going to see this. And Secret takes a tap from Pilot, but disengages with the pillar, but they allow Jinair to get into the river. Trying to poke here with the Nidalee Spears, but that's probably not going to be too effective.
Here comes Pilot.
Pilot there, just running the front line, trying to get the poke damage. They know where Sasin is. They have a ward there, and they're going to go on to him. Nice engage, and they try and blow him up, and they're not going to quite kill him. But Trace here with the zone out onto Nuclear, and that's going to be a one fight for Jinair. Man, they didn't clear out those wards, and they made a really good play to pick up the kill. Here we go. Pilot now just chasing everybody down with that Whimsy and that shield. Flawless can't do anything. Double kill for Pilot. And Trace also just took Nuclear and Secret out of the fight. They saw that they were split up, and Sasin didn't know that he was in vision.
I don't know who took credit for that ward, but what a smart ward it was. And Jinair, they pulled the trigger decisively around it, got 3 kills as a result, going to break the base easily. And they turned it on in a way they couldn't do last game around Baron.
Yeah, I like that decisiveness on the fight. Che did a really good combo onto the high ground. Sasin just found himself with about...
They might try and end.
Yeah, they could. About 200 HP, and they're going to go for it right now. 15 seconds is all the time they need. There's 1 turret down. Secret and Nuclear have to do something to stop this. Pillar is just not going to be enough. There's a TP coming in from Soul. Soul here going to come in, and there we go. They're going to get 1 kill, trade 1 for 1, and that's not going to be a finish.
Why did Soul teleport 0 units? I don't understand that one, but low members.
Wow, big turnaround. Sasin gets out of the base, and instead of doing this Dragon, which would have put them at number 4, now we have an opportunity here for Spenu to do this Baron.
I don't understand why Jinair tried to take that second turret. There was no opportunity to change onto one of the defenders and get another pick, so the result was always going to be home guard members coming through from the base, and it's going to be a free Baron. I can't see any contest from Jinair, and Spenu are going to take this Baron. Okay, their base is in shatters, but they still have inhibitor turrets in 2 lanes.
Yeah, they do. And there we go. So can they push through for an inhibitor of their own? Kuzan takes out a ward from a blue trinket, decides that the blue buff is a better use of his time. Trace up at 13, and he will have the chance to TP to the Dragon.
It's a delay job now for Jeanette. There is a world where they can get enough members around to contest this dragon.
Yeah, and with the slow pressure for wards from Spenu, Flawless going to leap into the pit, and there's the Ghost. They're going to see Flawless is alone right here. Wing there, put some extra damage right on the front, but only one member in the pit. And here comes Trace. He's going to come in with this at some point. Wing just going to pop over the wall, has the QSS. Sasson with the TP in. They're going to get the dragon. They can't quite seal it away with the collateral damage, but this is some more time taken off of the Baron buff that Jin Air doesn't have to deal with.
Oh boy. That's going to be...
That is not good.
Naked Nexus now. And of course, they have their Baron up minions to help push back, but remember, the big thing about taking this bot lane inhibitor is usually it gives you Baron pressure, but they answered with a Baron instantly. So in terms of map assignment, as long as they have teleports up, which awkwardly they don't, they should be mostly in a decent spot, and it will require a team fight win, you think, unless the world's best backdoor mission is enacted by Jin Air.
I would love to see the backdoor Morgana, but let's take a look at this fight again.
To call this an overstay would be a huge underestimate. Although Pilot picks up that first kill, remember, Lissandra's coming in with home guards. They're tanking towers. They realize they can't go back through the mid lane. Usually the mid lane turret is down in those scenarios, and Sasson glides in. They pick up 2 easy kills and turn that into a Baron, and that's why it's still a game, despite Billy looking all but done 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, very, very surprising turnaround, but Spenu makes the most of the extension there by Jin Air. And they prevent them from getting that crucial 4th dragon in the process of getting the Baron, but they aren't able to push really into Jin Air's base. That Baron buff was mostly there to prevent the Jin Air dragon stacking from continuing, and they still have to deal with a very naked Nexus, and Jin Air still pushing forward.
Soul has teleport in about 10 to 15 seconds. That's why he's going to deal with this wave in the bottom lane. His turret's super low. It's going to go down for sure.
One auto from Graves. Soul here, very slow.
Toiling, I would say.
Toiling away. But as long as the Baron buff is there, Jin Air not really, truly going to be pushing in to this inhibitor turret.
They're going to wait for the Baron out. We don't have a timer on it, but it must be close to elapsing at this point.
And odds are, I'm sure everyone's very excited, Jin Air will wait for the next Baron in order to close this game.
Ah, yes. Wait for Jin Air to pull the trigger on the Baron.
This sounds familiar somehow, Smithy.
Something like that. Jin Air, obviously they've been halted on their advance towards the 5th dragon as well. 6% stats we always talk about. So valuable now when they claim them about 33 minutes into the game. Nuclear's going towards the Stitch line of thought, and that he's very, very tanky. He's both a lifesteal tank and does have the double overshield. Of course, one is an overshield, the other one's just a shield that pops when he's at 30% health. So, in general, very durable on this particular champion is Kalista.
All right, so they are going to opt for this bottom lane push, trying to drive into the enemy base. There's the inhibitor going to be coming back up, and so they want to take it and continue to threaten the game here with the super minions, but
Teleport
they're coming
flank.
in fast, and Sasson
Actually was stopped. Very smart smoke bomb. Stops the home guard proc, so that teleport amounts to nothing.
yeah, winged with a nice stuff right there onto the possible engage, and Spenu knows what this means. If this inhibitor goes down, they really can't even defend a Baron. Big spear on the Trace, though, as he takes about half his HP in one blow.
Every 5 or 6 seconds, Black Shield and Whimsy comes onto Lucian, so he will be able to get uninterrupted hits onto this inhibitor if they so choose to do that pressure, but they're worried about the flank, they're worried about the pressure. Graves wasn't grouped. He's actually going to push up this mid lane and try and get multiple waves pushing in on Spenu.
They're doing what they can. It's going to be a slow push at the very least in that mid lane. And look how much shield Pilot has, like half his HP bar.
Immune to CC, lots of overshield.
Still doing a good job, Spenu, at ensuring they can't actually attack the inhibitor. And Wing didn't do a whole lot to immediately pressure.
Just worried the moment that he showed that there will be an initiation, they might lose a fight outside.
Oh, Soul gonna get bounced back a little bit. Attempt to engage, and Graves backing off at the moment. There we go, have the blue trinket up on the side. Claw threatened, but Che and Kuzan right there ready for an engage possibility, and they're just going to have to back off at this point, try and take the red buff. There's not a great way for them to crack the base.
1 minute till the 4th dragon could potentially be claimed by Jinair. Baron is a minute as well.
Yeah, I think you just back off right now, force the fights around those objectives instead, because you can't get a good angle. And the TP's down, so you already had a minor victory onto Sasa, knowing that Lissandra isn't going to easily be able to get behind you.
The distortion upgrade though, not down for much longer. We'll be up for at least the aftermath of Dragon and Baron, but not for the buff itself.
That's the big issue though, but if they can draw out...
I mean, look at their minion waves though, specifically in top. It looks like Jinair needs to respond to minions more so.
It's okay, we'll go.
Eventually. Ching, ching. Oh, that gold. That sweet, sweet sound.
I know. So satisfying.
I want to see how much gold he's made of Frost Queen's claim. It'll be a ludicrous amount.
No actual Raptor finish, so gonna try and rush down this dragon before contesting the Baron.
Success. They're definitely going to get it. It just explodes, as you'd expect, with as much damage as Pilot and Winged have put together. Not quite 6 items abound, but very close to that stage already.
All right, it's back on the siege. This time in the mid lane, they can push up the wave and then sweep out towards the Baron.
So can Sasin do what Kuzan managed? The instant deletion of the enemy Lulu? Just like last game. Actually, no, tell a lie. I was just going to say, just like last game, it's a glass cannon Lulu, but it's actually Banshee Veil on the Lulu. So Kuzan knows something that Sasin did not.
I think that's quite smart, Papa Smithy. That Lulu needs to stay alive. Kuzan, knowing his job here, is not going to be the damage dealer in these fights, but instead needs to keep himself alive to deal with the AD carries.
Certainly an amount of fool me once about opting into a glass cannon build after literally winning the game off your own back. Yeah. Same matchup.
Still not a lot of pink wards here available for Jinair.
That awkward part where you have too many items for pink wards.
It's my least favorite part of the game, Papa Smithy.
So what do you think? 7th slot for pink wards?
That's right.
Okay.
Make a slot for pink wards. That way you actually can play the vision game.
Would you be allowed to have more than 1 in that slot? Could you have 5 in that slot, or 2, or...?
No, just 1.
Okay, that's good. I would definitely cap it at 1 as well, because in a regular slot you can have multiple pink wards.
No, your special pink ward pocket.
Ah, yes.
Only has room for 1 pink ward.
Then we'd have to deal with... Oh, we see an initiation.
Nice force on the flash there, actually. Sasin has his TP back up now. They bought enough time.
His wards are actually quite specific, though. There aren't that many options.
Yeah, he's going to have to come in from the front. I think he realizes that, so starts moving out of the base. And are we going to see the attempt here? Nope, just baiting for the time being. And they're going to take the bait. Secret has to flash, too. That's 2 flashes already gotten by Pilot and the rest of the Jinair Green Wings. So can they use this Lucian just to get the necessary poke damage down? Nuclear just doing nothing to Pilot with the massive amounts of shield. They now consist of more than his entire HP bar.
Actually did take quite a lot of health there. Shielding came in late. Does heal up very fast, though, off the minion wave. Jinair again. They need this Baron, honestly, to finish out this game, and that proved quite the obstacle last game.
Well, there's a large minion wave developing in the top side, and the slow push is going to be moving towards the bottom lane of Spenu. So Spenu can only contest this really for so long. Start to back off just to deal with the minion wave right now. So Sasin is the one designated. They can just start this Baron. They should just do it.
As teleport, as we mentioned before, the wards aren't the best, and I agree. It's
time
to start the Baron, and they've done it.
All right, so they see Sasin. Now they're going to take the opportunity, but they're the blue trinkets just raining down in the pit. Are they going to commit to this? Soul comes in with the ultimate, bops 2 out, but the disengage is still there. They're going to find Pilot on the side, but Pilot able to escape. Has to use his flash, though. Still a big minion wave in bottom lane.
You're right, but that's definitely a problem for another day. It's going to take a while to crash up. They deny the Baron from Jin Air. Said that about 8 times this series. And we reset.
Just using those 3 blue trinkets, Papa Smithy.
Don't see Soul
It's going to be
yellow trinket.
It's going to be Dragon number 5, apparently. That's going to be the objective.
All right, let's keep resetting expectations. It's going to be 60 minutes. It's going to be 80 minutes.
Tense game. But Jin Air, I think, not making the most of a lot of these opportunities.
Old habits die hard.
Gun shy, that's what I would say.
The Jin Air story. It's better than Sad Plane, the Jin Air story.
There's not too much sad playing.
I mean, not
these
this
days.
season especially.
Yeah, it's a big glad plane all the way. It was a brief sad plane spell.
You say brief, but I mean, Jin Air definitely came to life around Worlds qualification, where they almost made the unlikely run straight through the gauntlet, just like Najin Shield did once upon a time. But Kesper Cup wasn't kind to them. In general, So1 coming into the lineup.
IEM was not kind to them.
No, the So1 days was still on the roster, but Trace beefing up that champion pool has given them another dimension. That's why they've been so impressive this season.
It's just what Trace can do for their team compositions with this champion pool is just an enormous factor in their ability to win games and play strong. Sassen is alone in the bottom side. Uh-oh. And they're not going to finish this, but the TP is concluded by Soul. Meanwhile, Secret caught all by himself. Has to use that Fate's Call, but that is a lot used by Spenu. And are we going to see a back off here? They probably just want to go for 5th Dragon at the moment.
They don't really have the ability to monopolize vision, though. They only have 1 pink ward in their inventory. Everyone else is full up, so it's not like they can use this 30-second head start to set up a death bush. They just have to back away and honestly don't get much.
Spenu has 1 blue trinket, though, available to them, so they're still going to be walking blind. They have no vision in the river.
Soul doesn't give many cares on this poppy with GA, though, so he can be pretty reckless with his positioning. Lissandra, look at all the teleport flank wards on the top side, though. Near the blue buff side. As boy.
They're getting fancy, so they actually fooled Jin Air right there, looping back through the jungle. They're going to get the inhibitor, and they may just win the game right now, actually.
Oh, boy.
And Trace is going to absorb a spear, and he's going to Zonia's himself. They're going to try and come through, but Winged is already on the Nexus, and I guess this is how it's going to end, Papa Smithy. Jin Air gives Spenu the runaround and just straight up wins the game. Hilarious.
Amazing stuff. There's the Crown Fiesta, and he's not even in the game.
Yeah, that was great. Wow. Well, Jin Air, you made that interesting.
Remember, I did say there could be a creative backdoor mission. I didn't realize it'd be the entire team completely taking the inside track. No way for Jin Air. Even Nidalee couldn't get back in position with all her movement speed.
No one expects the front door, back door.
Oh, dear. Well, that's the only way that series could end. Let's be
I'm
real.
glad it ended like that. Wow. Well done by Jin Air. You really don't expect for them to just run for the win, but they had a lot of that extra movement speed, and simply the members of Spenu couldn't get back in time, so fixated on Dragon number 5 that, and the lack of vision that they had. You could see how well they were setting it. Like, all right, we got the wards behind the Dragon already. We can set this up. We can
But you
do
know
it,
what
boys.
the most fun thing is? You pointed out they're out of blue trinkets. We noted that they needed blue trinkets to check objectives. What didn't they have? Permanent vision, and that really cost them because the head start they had to send double AD towards that inhibitor and thus the Nexus, what won them the game.
What a great ending. Spectacular. Well, anyway.
A bloodless ending for you.
That's
Monster
right.
Crystal.
I enjoyed that more than anybody. They won the game without even getting a kill at the end. They outsmarted their opponents through superior vision and tactics. Well done, Jin Air.
Touche. Glad Plane will be running high tonight.
That was definitely classic Jin Air, though. Just run around in circles until your opponents make a mistake.
They tried that around Baron in the previous game. Almost got punished for it.
Well, we've also seen them do like really wacky teleports and get punished for it in the past. But you know what? I like their fancy style. At the very least, it's entertaining. So there we go. A win 2-0 for Jin Air over Spenu. They were long games. They weren't very exciting games. but they were Jin Air games.
They were the most Jin Air games we've had all week. League of Legends can be a funny old game.
It can be. Very creative shot calling. Well, that'll about do it for this evening. Your MVP will be Che on the Alistair. Sure, why not?
Yep, anybody can get it. Whoever made that shot call was probably on the ball. Here's some Alistair plays. We're all a bit in shock after
Yeah,
the
watching that.
bloodless ending.
It's so rare you see a game where literally nobody dies at the end. I don't even. I'm trying to remember the last time I saw that, Papa Smithy.
The Peke backdoors had certain qualities similar to that. One of them, at least, had nobody dying, I believe.
Okay, fair enough. But when you get all 5 people in the base,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
nobody dying,
The
that's-
5-man inconspicuous backdoor. They had all the flank vision around 5th Dragon. They were
I
all
know.
ready for that
I
fight.
feel so
We're gonna
bad
see
for
them.
Svenu. It wasn't. They really had themselves prepared about as well as they could, but Jin Air pulls out the tricky shot call at the end of that game for the win. And we're going to be going to an MVP interview here with George to provide translation. Take it away.
All right, Champions fans, George back again. So today's match between Jinair versus Jinair and Spenu. Jinair was able to beat Spenu 2-0. And today's MVPs are Trace and Che. All right, again for Trace. How do you feel? It feels like I'm like a guest for this this program.
네, 현재 지금 700점으로 독보적인 2위거든요.
I know you're on the second rank with 700 points.
오늘도 인터뷰 캐리해 주실 건가요?
Will you do very well on the interview as well? I guess after having a lot of interviews, I don't know. I don't have anything else to talk about. It feels like I'm just gonna have to just talk very slowly and less.
MVP 결과 창에 살짝 오류가 있었던 점 그 부분 먼저
I guess there's a mistake on the MVP screen.
근데 갱플랭크가 탑에서 승률 100%라는데
I know.
미드보다 탑에서 좀 좋은 이유가 있나요?
I know. Is there a reason why there's the win rate for Gangplank is a lot better in top lane? It feels like some people actually use Gangplank in the mid lane, but it feels like it is a very good champion as a top laner. So back then we actually used Gangplank as a mid laner, but now we use it as a top laner. What exactly is the reason behind it? Because if a lot of people play Poppy on the top lane, so it is actually a very good pick as a Gangplank
지네어가 5연승
on the top lane.
중이거든요.
I know Jinair is winning 5 consecutive games.
있다면
Is there a strength for Jinair? It feels like all of our games are half and half.
안심할 순 없다. 네, 오늘 앞선 경기에서 락스가 만약 패배했다면
If Rox lost in the previous game, Jinair could have been the first rank. Rox is actually just too strong. They're just playing really well. I think they might actually be undefeated
대단하죠.
this season.
지네어 계속해서 승승장구
I know Jinair is playing very well, so I know a lot of fans are actually loving it.
참동갓 캐리를 바라는 수많은 팬들이 있어요.
I know a lot of people.
팬들에게 인사 한번 해주시죠.
Just say something to the fans as well. Thank you for just cheering for me coming here. Thank you for the coaching staff as well.
트레이스 선수에게
That was it for Trace.
있습니다. 오늘도 MVP 축하드립니다. 자, 이제 체이 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Next would be Che.
안녕하세요. 네, 체이 선수 이번 시즌 첫 MVP.
This is your first MVP this season. How do you feel?
정말 오랜만에 MVP 받았는데
It's been a while. Ever since I got this MVP.
1등인 창동이 형이 받아야 되는데 자비를 풀어서 또 동생들한테
I guess someone else should have got the MVP here, but I guess I just got it
자비로 받았다. 사실
because Trace just let me get the
오랜만에
MVP.
받는 건가요? 지금
How
긴장도
long have it been since you got the last MVP? It's been a while. I'm so nervous.
긴장되는 것 같고요.
I can see him shake his hand.
6개월을 지나서
About 6 months, I guess.
그런 것 같습니다.
아, 그렇군요. 옆에서 보니까 손도 조금 이렇게
Yeah, you are shaking your hand.
보이는데 오늘 스페인전 살짝 비벼졌어요. 두 경기 모두
How was the game match against Spenu today?
뭔가 하고 싶은 게 잘 안 돼서
I made a lot of mistakes,
경기가 길어진 것 같아요.
so it was a very long game. I was trying to get some initiation there too.
그랬군요. 근데 정글러 윈드 선수가 계속
I know Winged
모습을 보여주고 있는데
play very well.
바텀은 좀 잘 안 도와줘서 섭섭하다고.
And he said bottom lane isn't playing as well,
요즘
very well
탑미드를
as he
잘
expected.
풀어야 게임이 쉽게 가는 것 같아서
Nowadays, it feels like top lane and mid lane is more important than the bottom lane. But I will play better.
그럼 섭섭하진 않았나요?
네,
How was it?
오늘
How was your play today?
그냥 윈드가 항상 잘하니까
I know Winged is playing very well,
어디서든지 이득을 볼 수 있을 거라 믿고
so I think wherever he goes, it's he makes some kind of a kill or assist
오랜만에 MVP
for
받은
me.
만큼 마지막으로 혹시 하고 싶은 말씀
So do you have anything to add for this MVP interview?
이제 1라운드 경기 얼마 안 남았는데
I know there's few games until the first round is over, and I'm really happy because we were winning consecutively. Hopefully we win the rest of our games,
우승할 수 있을 것 같지 않을까요?
and hopefully we win the championship as well.
MVP 받은 체이 선수에게도 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
All right, big round of applause for Che as well. All right, that was it for the MVP interviews for the two. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, George. And with that, 5-1 here for the Jin Air Green Wings. And of course, that means they have 3 matches left in this round robin. We're going to take a look at our results. Rocks Tigers winning 2 games in under 29 minutes to take out Samsung 2-0 in a most convincing fashion.
I believe both those games together was game 1 of the next series.
Yes,
so it
pretty
feels
much.
like a very long time ago.
And Jin Air slowly winning against Spenu Sonic Boom. Very amusing end to the second game. Them giving Spenu the runaround and using the open nexus to take the win. And with that win, both Rocks and Jin Air are on top of the league. 5-0 for the Tigers, 5-1 for Jin Air. But really, a lot of Jin Air's hardest matches still to come. So they'll probably normalize just a little bit. But you know what, Papa Smithy? They took out everyone we expected them to. So at least they've delivered in terms of the victories against people lower than them during in the standings, and they had the surprise upset against SKT.
Moving into next week, it's going to be a shorter week of champions. We're going to start off with EM Fire taking on KD Rolster and CJ Enters versus Longshu Gaming. So probably 2 fairly one-sided series to start the week.
We'll see. Longshu has been a bit inconsistent. And of course, on Thursday, the Africa Freaks go up against the Rocks Tigers, followed by Spenu Sonic Boom against SK Telecom T1. We'll see if SKT looks a little bit better because they played some sloppy games against EM Fire.
We finish off just before the Lunar New Year break. Jin Air Green Wings versus Samsung, and EM Fire takes on Longshu Gaming.
Jin Air versus Samsung is actually going to be a pretty interesting matchup, just given where both of these teams are in the standings right now. I think it's going to tell us a lot about Jin Air and Samsung's sort of respective strengths. Obviously, Jin Air riding the Big 5 win streak coming in, Samsung riding the 3-loss streak coming in after having to face off against KT, SKT, and the Tigers consecutively. So it's a good chance for them to bounce back and maybe snag a win off the Green Wings. So
if Samsung can kind of bring Jin Air back to earth, maybe that will be the uptick for their season after they started so brightly.
Yeah, they did. So we'll see you guys next week again. It will only be 3 days. We will be taking some time off for the Lunar New Year, so there will not be matches on Saturday a week from today, just Wednesday, Thursday, Friday evenings, Korean Standard Time, which, you know what, might be morning for you if you're in Europe on those days, might be late at night the day before if you're in America. If you're in Australia, it's pretty much exactly the same time.
Prime time.
All right, guys. Thanks for joining us again. We will see you next Wednesday for some more Champions matches here in the spring season on OGN. Till then.